happened since I haven't been here? What's happened since I haven't been here? By the way, hope all had a fantastic family weekend. Father's Day, all of that. I hope everyone had themselves a great weekend. I can't tell you how bad I wanted to go on Friday, but we had some technical difficulties at the Big Sill Studios. All rectified. We're ready to rock and roll. What an absolute as the Eagles' world turns. But as we always start a program off, Big Sills! Holy cow. I just got a little tidbit, too. Let's see here. NFL player Terrell Lewis ran away from two naked whores without paying them for their work. Hey, man, he probably picked that up from Howie. He probably got that from Howie. Footage of the escape of Lewis running away from two whores. Hey, Howie didn't want to pay Reddick. I get it. Hey, like player, like GM, right? I mean, he didn't want to pay the whores. I get it. Guy didn't want to pay the whores. Services rendered. Come on, dog. Holy shit is their news. This is classic stuff, man. I so wanted to be on Friday because of the nightmare that is going on at the NovaCare complex. That's like the House of Horrors now. You got to be kidding me. Dude, all the things that we have been saying to you for about 5 months are true. Everything is true. It's true. Angelo Cataldi will be with us at 5:30 Eastern. Gary Cobb at 4:30. Xander from Birds 365 at 3:30 in his customary spot. Holy cow. By the way, please, as we always do each and every single day, we ask you for 200 likes as the show continues to grow. Hey, you guys know this. Holy cow. People today want to know what Big Sills' take is and all of your takes on what's been happening the last couple days over there between Jalen Hurts, Jeffrey Lurie, Howie Roseman, and the team. Let's just do a little bit of a takeaway from the last couple days here. 12 wins easily never happened. Never happened. Absolutely not. How can you be a winning team when you don't act like one? How can you be a winning team when you don't act like one? You don't act like a championship football team. You guys ain't winning 12 games. How about this? So, what I don't get is, and I heard John McMullen make a great point on Birds 365 this morning. You know what he said? A.J. Brown, the Devontae, tight ends. Barkley wasn't really involved in anything because the run game hasn't been installed yet. Pretty much everybody looked pretty good. And the only guy that stunk was Hurts. He's the one struggling. He's the one struggling with the terminology. This team's a joke. 7 to 8 wins max. Thank you, Flexen. Can I tell you, I think this all goes around Sirianni being in the building. You'd never cut the cancer out. Here, I think the owner is unhappy. Flexen, thank you, man. I appreciate that. All super chats, by the way, go to the top. I think the owner is not happy with Jalen Hurts. I think the owner's not. You really think that came from anybody other than Jeffrey Lurie when he heard him say, hey, I don't know what the guy's role is. I have no idea. I told you that's a bigger, hey, somebody leaked that out in the Eagle organization. I heard Xander and John McMullen say, it's a nothing burger. I'm not Xander so much. Well, somebody in the Eagle organization wanted people to know that because by the end of Friday, reputable people who cover that team had it on their timeline. And for those guys, remember something. The Eagles don't give the local media shit. They give all the national guys the information. They wanted that out. Just like when they put that stupid-ass video of practicing fumbling drills on a Friday when they fired Sean Desai. They are a very, very image-conscious organization. They are without a doubt conscious image. Every single thing that runs through that organization is all about their image. And how you perceive and how the national people perceive them, probably more so than anyone else, is how the national people look at the Eagle organization. Angelo Cataldi has been dead on with this. And so have we. You guys keep telling me there's some sort of harmony going on, and the Eagle way. Really? How do you think that culture looks now? Your culture's horseshit. You got all these great players and no culture. Here, let's look some more at the facts. Why are they protecting Nick? Why is it so imperative that they're upset with a $50 million franchise quarterback and Nick, who's on a respirator for his job? I don't give a fuck about Nick Sirianni. I want my quarterback to be happy. Sills, happy Father's Day belated. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Don't you guys? Nick is not protecting Jalen Hurts. Absolutely not. He hates him. Dude, anybody who thinks that Nick Sirianni's protecting Jalen Hurts is just got their head in the sand. It's absolutely not true. Okay? You can't say shit now. Jalen is the problem, not Nick. Dude, Jalen's the problem? You gave him $250 million. You better hope he's not the problem. You better hope he's not the problem. Because if that's the case, you got an even bigger problem in your building. Let's take a look at this. There's no question how he went to Jalen Hurts. He had to send some sort of mouthpiece like Bob Lang to go tell him to shut up. It's not Bob Lang's role. That's not Bob Lang's role to go tell Jalen, hey, you should have did a better job at your press conference. I'd turn around if I was making $50 million and look at Bob Lang and go, hey, go fuck yourself. Don't talk to me like that. And if next time you talk to me through my agent. Don't you ever come to me and tell me how to talk to anybody. You're not here to direct me. You're not my director. I'll answer any way I see fit. I mean, that could also be becoming a problem, is that the Eagles want to try to control the narrative. Okay? 20% of the offense is new and not 95%? I mean, why would Jalen lie? Does that kid come off, or is he making excuses? Or is Hurts looking for off-ramp if he fails this year? What's going on here? What the F is going on? What the F is going on at NovaCare? It does look dysfunctional. It does. JM goes, Hurts has never taken accountability for anything. That's a fact. That's why I told you guys a year ago, that guy ain't the leader you think he is. Do you know there's actually people in that market who think that that's not, and what's going on is not a big deal. So you don't think that, get this, how would you like to go to work every day? Let's just put you in their perspective on how they go. Some people in the Philly media go, this is not a big thing. How would you like to go to work every day and you hate your fucking boss every day? How would you like that? Think that'd be a good environment? Or how about this? Not only you, but the most important person in your building that your job relies on hates the guy who runs the company. Doesn't that make for a shitty environment and a shitty locker room? I mean, it's on display in front of you. This is on display. Bad business was keeping Nick Sirianni. So let's do this. Oh, by the way, I've got so much shit that's coming out of NovaCare, you're not going to believe it. So let me give you, before I go over to the other one, you know why Hassan Reddick is not on the Eagles? Let's not even talk about mandatory minicamp, Jets, money. Do you know why he's not on the Philadelphia Eagles? Do you know why he's not on the Eagles? You want to hear why he's not on the Eagles? This was told to me on Friday morning. That's why I tell you, I wanted to go on, guys. I did. Do you know why Hassan Reddick is not on the Eagles? Vic didn't want him. No. Vic said he could do it without him. I'm going to tell you right now. Nick Sirianni and Hassan Reddick had a confrontation. Not a physical one, but a confrontation on how he was being used. I don't know the exact verbiage, but there was a confrontation. And he was fed up with the coaches that were dropping him in coverage. And he made an issue of it with Nick. Nick got in his ass and he hollered back. There was a conversation. This wasn't about money. This was about how they were using him at the end of the year. How's that? He's not on that team because Howie and the owner were protecting Nick. So they jettisoned him. They had the money to pay him. They had another year on the contract. But because Reddick and Nick didn't see eye to eye, don't you remember also on the sideline when Sirianni confronted him on the sideline about something and they both got in each other? That was the first one. And then the second one was when they were in his office and they were having a conversation. How's that? They kicked Hassan Reddick off that team because the owner and the general manager didn't want to have that conflict between the head coach and Reddick. This wasn't about Vic. This was about Nick. Facts. What is up with this? What is going on? They should have just fired him. Man, I don't know. I feel like Vic would have had that conflict with him as well. Maybe so. Maybe so, Eduardo. Maybe he did. I don't know that part of it. I just know that him and Sirianni had another conversation in his office, and it was a heated conversation, and he told his agent about it, and he said, these guys are dropping me in coverage again. And he didn't want to be dropped in coverage. And he made it a point to say it. Hey, I only do what they're telling me upstairs to do. And then Nick was even talking shit to him on the sidelines. You got a lot of noise around your football team right now. Thank you, Jeff DeBone. Appreciate it, brother. You too, man. People just can't deal with things face to face anymore. Business is done without talking to the person directly. I agree. Play by play, and it's public now too. So you have to go in like a sphere now where you have to go either on X or you have to go and post something somewhere else on YouTube. It's crazy that people can't just have a conversation in a coach's office. You know, that's one of the really cool things about Belichick. Do you know when you go into Bill Belichick's offices, when he was in New England, cell phones were not allowed. They were not allowed. They weren't doing any of that. If you had a problem with somebody, you wanted to talk to somebody, you talked to them face to face. You talk to the guy face to face. So get this. On top of the Hurts drama, now you've got a little bit more of what's coming out with Reddick. It was between Nick Sirianni and Reddick. And Vic, probably, you're right. Hey, I don't want the new DC to have to deal with this guy too. He's already doesn't like the head coach. And Vic wanted to probably drop him in coverage. And he's like, this is bullshit. They're going to use me wrong here. No question. Both sides did not handle that well. But this has a lot to do more with Vic Fangio using him in a scheme. And it has more to do with Nick Sirianni and the relationship he had with Hassan Reddick. This is crazy drama. Why? Because you kept the guy in the building instead of firing his ass. We're bringing this up with Angelo. And we're going to bring it up with Gary and also with Xander. How in the world do you think it's a nothing burger when last year that guy couldn't put a fire out? And you got some fires starting to simmer now. And you haven't even shown up at training camp. Your quarterback hates that fucking head coach. Now, this leads me to this here. Help me out on this, because I'm going to need a lot of help on this one. Why is it that the owner of the Philadelphia Eagles, Jeffrey Lurie, and the GM want to protect the head coach over the quarterback? Why wouldn't you get your quarterbacks back? Why? I don't care about a head coach. Do you think the Bengals give a shit about Zach Taylor over Joe Burrow? Do you really believe that they care more about Sean McDermott than Josh Allen in Buffalo? I'll even make this point to you. Do you think they give a shit more about Andy Reid in KC over Patrick Mahomes? There's not a place with a big-name quarterback that the coach is not expendable, including Reid in Kansas City. The only place that matters is in Philly. Here. Or maybe even Dallas. And those are two places that bomb out. Okay? That bomb out. When it comes to playoff time, still the whole Chip Kelly thing still lives in Lurie and Howie's head rent-free. You know who brought that up? Kudos to Xander. You think there's some lingering effect from the collateral damage of Chip that still resonates in the locker room? Kind of was like, I don't know. Maybe. But it sure looks it. It sure looks like there's still collateral damage from that these guys are more concerned with control than championships. They care that Hurts can't play the part for the media and keep the drama quiet like a real man. Hurts has fueled it. So the owner and the GM are upset with Hurts because they didn't handle the head coach correctly. Well, what's that to them? Can I say this? Do you think that there was a conversation at the beginning of the year where Jalen said, now look, I'm speculating on this. I'm going to speculate. Maybe Angelo's right. You think that the Clutch Sports people and Jalen said, I'll tell you what, we're never going to win here with that guy in the building. And when they brought him back, it deflated him. Then they gave him a new offense again for a fourth year in a row, or a new play caller for a fourth year in a row. You think he's thrown his hands up and said, this is not going to work here with him? Some go like this, well, it's Kelling. Not really. Because now people are saying, and Howard Eskin reported it. Howard Eskin's the mouthpiece of the Eagles. Jalen's wrong. Get this. You think Howard Eskin, who's the sideline reporter for the Philadelphia Eagles, he's not even employed by WIP anymore. He's employed by the Philadelphia Eagles. You know why they put him on? This is so ridiculous. You know why they put him on the weekends? So it doesn't look like he's a mouthpiece. Howard Eskin on weekends? Really? Why? Well, his only job would be working for the Eagles. He's a mouthpiece. So it throws shade on that. It's the only reason he does a show. He'll put a 90-year-old guy on the weekends. He's there to cover it. He works for the Eagles, not WIP. And he came out and said, hey, Jalen was wrong at his press conference. The offense is not 95% new. It's only about 20%, 19 to 20. Where'd you get that from? Who told you that? Bob Lang? What would he know? Where did he get it from? The GM? Coach? Where would Howard Eskin get that from? Kellen Moore? He got it from somebody in the Eagles. So Jalen's lying? What's going on? What is going on with your team? What's going on? Someone's lying. Someone doesn't want to play for someone. Why in the world would an employee of the Eagles go on the air live and contradict the quarterback who's trying to learn a new offense? Jalen said it's completely new. One of the mouthpieces for the Eagles go, that's not true. Dude, it's not like me saying that, a talk show host. You got an employee of the organization. Why? Doesn't it seem that the Eagles took a shit on Jalen? And the owner and GM did. The owner, the GM, and the head coach took a shit on their quarterback. Why? That's not the kind of attitude and environment I want to go into training camp less than 40 days away to prepare for the 24 season when I've got people throwing shade at my starting quarterback. I mean, JM goes, Jalen needs to be humbled. JM, I think he needs to be propped up more. I'm trying to have my quarterback have a really good attitude. Or, get this, he's not the guy. You know, why do you guys think that Jalen Hurts is some sort of super leader? What was that intangible that made you think that? When he's never taken accountability for anything. He's never backed a position coach. He's never backed Shane Steichen, he did. He's never backed a head coach. Shit, I've never heard him say anything positive about Howie Roseman. I barely have heard him say something positive about Jeffrey Lurie. Where is this some sort of leadership when you had people like Fletcher Cox and all those guys at the end of the year questioning his leadership and how he led? And now how this thing is coming up, organizations disappointed in his comments and how he's handling of Nick Sirianni publicly. This is not just about a comment. This is his attitude towards Nick. You don't come out over a comment. Comments can be made by mistake. Take it from me. The way you treat people, Britton Covey. Remember when I said this and I had Barrett Brooks on? And Barrett Brooks said, I got it from Britton Covey that Jalen is a little bit standoffish. He's not really approachable, some of the things. Well, what are the organization now saying about him? That's turning out to be true. It's turning out to be true. Has the money changed him? Money changes people. Money changes people. Trust me when I tell you, when you've never had it like that and it's in your pocket and you got fuck you money, it changes you, man. You don't have a care in the world. Nor, get this, do you care about what collateral damage can be. You circle your friends a little bit closer. You put people more off. Some do that. Some embrace, like Brady. Is this really Nick? Xander was talking about a column that John McMullen wrote about how Nick is getting away from the play calling. Maybe he's doing it to get away from Hurts, to give the quarterback more autonomy and him stand away. You see, Xander, I don't think it's about play calling. I think it's Nick going further away from Hurts. That's how I took it. And that's how I took Jalen's behavior. It's not about surrendering play calling. It's about getting Nick as far away from Jalen as possible to see if that works. Right? He's further away, not involved with the play calling. Last year, he was involved. My offense. Maybe Jalen told him, I don't want him involved in the offense. But then to come out and go, it's 95% new, the organization go, no. Why would the organization either lie or call Jalen a liar? Someone's a liar. Either the offense is new or it's not. What's the hidden secret here? Why aren't you transparent? This whole thing is a train wreck because the coach is in the building. Whether you like Nick or not, you're paying a guy $250. And you've got him until 29. Sirianni's expendable. He's the guy you sacrifice at the altar. You don't sacrifice Hurts. There's too much collateral damage money-wise. Dude. You got one of the most talented teams in the NFL, and you have a football team that doesn't know where they're going. And it doesn't act like a champion. And if you think this is not going to be a problem, you had a talented offense that was 8th last year and scored 26 points a game, and you still melted down. The only person you've added is Barkley. And Swift wasn't horrible. He was a Pro Bowler. And he just got an $8 million deal. Hey, how about this? Everything that I have said to you about Nick and all has turned out to be true. The organization is upset with Hurts in his behavior towards the head coach. Why is that? Because he hates him. The organization then turns around to defend Nick because you know why? When we get Angelo on at 5:30, he'll tell you why. Because that's their guy. Why the protecting? It's very clear why they're protecting him. This goes back to the visual. This goes back to how that organization refuses to want to look bad publicly in decisions that they make. You see, they can't justify firing Doug Peterson. They never could. The only thing they have is that the team is so talented. Playoff run, no doubt. It's not a championship football team. And there where the problem lies. You don't have a championship football team because you know why? You got a quarterback who can't stand the coach. And the coach who now wants to separate himself from the player. That's what's happened here. And the organization, for them to go over and above to take a shit on Hurts doesn't make sense. Jalen's lying. It's not 95% new. It's 20%. Oh, so there's still Nick Sirianni offense in it? I thought Xander told me it was a brand new Kellen Moore offense. Still 80% Nick? Which is it? I don't know. So it's not 80%. Okay, it's not 95% new, which it's not Kellen's offense. It's Nick's offense with 20% added? Okay, what is it? They came out immediately and contradicted him. And protected Nick. Look, both these guys are grown men. Why is it so important for the owner of the Eagles and the GM to have everybody think the way they want you to think? They are so desperately trying to control the narrative and the media, and it's gotten a little bit out of hand for them because now they're contradicting themselves. They're contradicting themselves. They're doing it now every day. I don't know how you don't see this. And by the way, you don't think that got in the way last year and that this is not going to get in the way this year? What would lead you to believe that? The great leadership of Fletcher Cox and Jason Kelsey being on the oh, wait, they're not there. Who, Brandon Graham, who after the fact is telling us, hey, now we got our coaches in place. Hey, thanks a lot for being there last year. You were nowhere to be seen. John McMullen said something interesting today. Hey, you know, I was out at all the OTAs and all the off-season workouts. A.J. Brown and Devontae look great. Tight ends look pretty decent. Everybody, you know, offensive line is not really involved in this because you're not installing the run game yet. So really, it's more about the skilled guys, 7-on-7 and 9-on-7. Those guys all look good except one guy, the quarterback. The only guy that sucked this offseason has been Hurts. Can you imagine the owner of the team and the GM have a problem with the head guy on your roster, the quarterback, and you're 39, 38 days out from training camp? How's that? All the shit we told you. Discord in the locker room. No power in the place. The guy's a bullshitter. The guy's a liar. How many people think Jalen Hurts is lying? Let's put it out here. Is Hurts lying about this offseason and what's going on? Brand new O. I don't know what Nick's role is. Or is ownership lying? It's not a new offense. It's got a couple new turns in the offense. And we're disappointed in the quarterback's behavior towards the head coach. What's going on here? Anybody? By the way, that's not my reporting. That's Jeff McClain. That's other folks reporting that are saying this. Comment? Anyone? And here's why I'm not sure it's Hurts lying. I'm making $50 million a year. Why would I lie? I could make $50 million a year anywhere else. Why would I lie? What's my objective to lie? To make excuses? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know that. Tell you what, a lot of similarities with Carson Wentz stuff and how it unraveled. Just a different path of the unraveling, but it unraveled that way too. So get this. I thought it was Reuben Frank when Reuben Frank went 95% new. And then Howard Eskin, the ultimate mouthpiece. No, it's about 20% new. He basically called Jalen Hurts a liar. Had to get that from somebody. He got that from the organization. They wanted that out. He's not going to say anything to jeopardize his job. He's not going to say anything like that. Man, you're protecting the wrong guy. And by the way, if the quarterback has a bitch about something, why doesn't he have the freedom to say what's on his mind? Why is it so important for the Eagles to control that? You're pissed off at Hurts for saying something about the coach? Good. It should be said. I don't know what his role is. Jalen was just being honest. You want him to back a bad coach? The Eagles are. You got to pick a side here. Eagle fans, this is going to be your toughest decision to make. You're either going to stand on the side of Hurts or you're going to stand on the side of management. What side are you on? They clearly have a problem here. It's not a big deal. Really? Well, the quarterback doesn't like what's going on. He's clearly told you that. He clearly has told you this. PJ, great work. I asked a few weeks ago as a New York Giant fan if a team takes on the personality of its head coach. You said takes on the personality of an organization. What are the personalities of the NFC East? Well, I think that all the organizations in the East, one of the reasons why they walk backwards and they don't look like championship football teams, the Dallas Cowboys are the face of Jerry Jones. The New York Giants are the face of the front office and not Brian Dable. Look at those shit decisions they made between the Saquon Barkley walking out the building, not picking up the 50-year option on Daniel Jones, giving him that 3-year contract extension, signing of Waller with the trade with the Raiders. Then he retires. You got nothing out of that. The letting loose of Xavier McKinney. I mean, the organization just makes one fuck up after another, New York. Washington, yet to be seen. But if it's anything that embodies what the Sixers are around, Well, know this. It's a stupid process. It's a stupid process. And the Eagles are meddlers. Dude, get this. Hey, LJ, you can do all your bitching at me. This is stuff that's been reported by people in Philadelphia, not me. Once again, they're shitting on the messenger. Folks, this isn't my take. This is the reporting of Jeff McClain and others in that city that are saying management is not happy with the kid. That on the top of that, he lied about it being a new offense. This is not me. That's them who are there every day at NovaCare. So whatever you want to call me or say about me, at the end of the day, everything that I've been telling you for 2 years is true. And vindicated. Hey, Britton Covey, you can blow me. I was right. Imagine that. So Britton Covey went on his Twitter. I reposted it. Saying what a great this and that Hurts is. Now you got ownership telling you that's not true. Calling him a liar within a span of 2 days. That's some leader. Have you ever heard the Kansas City Chiefs call Pat Mahomes a liar? Or Tom Brady a liar publicly? Have you? Get this. LJ thinks low content is the organization of the Philadelphia Eagles telling the quarterback that we're disappointed with your behavior towards the head coach. And that Howard Eskin going, he lied about the new offense. It's not that new. Is low content? So all the things when they parade these guys and put them in front of you, all those press conferences, don't ever believe them. They're bold-faced lying to you. You think that's not a deal. Hey, Steve, Dan has zero credit. This is not my reporting. What credibility are you talking about? Are you talking about Jeff McClain's? Are you talking about Reuben Frank and the rest of the guys that covered the team? Or you must be talking about their credibility, because that's not my reporting. I didn't know anybody in the front office and the owner and the GM were mad. I didn't know that. Hey, what really is remarkable is that when somebody brings up opinions on things that I have been saying about your team, and you get a little bit aggravated about it, and you don't like to hear the truth, I would say that 20% of the people that are in this program that watch it every day love to be lied to and think they have their own narrative on it and refuse to hear other people's opinions. That's not me. I get this. Jeff McClain and I don't like each other. Do you know that? That's right, Zan? He and I don't like each other. He and I don't like each other. I don't like him. He don't like me. That's fine. But he's not lying. Think about that. All the things that I said here today were reported by other people in the last 4 days. And some of you are mad at me for what? Agreeing with what I've been telling you for 2 years? Isn't it funny? You guys come on this program on a daily basis and bash me for some of my crazy ass takes sometimes. And most of them turn out to be true. Told you this Sirianni guy's a puppet. Howie Booty Bandits can't handle the truth. I told you Hurts is not the player you think he is. He's good. He's just not good enough. Sean, thank you very much, brother. This is why this Starcon is the best. We need you and Angelo for an extra 20 minutes. Y'all don't try to candy ass the fans. Hey, Sean, dude, I'm here for you guys, and you're here for me. And I thank you. By the way, thank you. I'm not here for the Eagles. Do you know there's some people that work in that market? You want to hear some? There's some people that work in that market that think they're key fob. Thank you, Sean. That was really great. Really awesome, huh, Xander? I read it. Hey, there's some people in that market that look at that key fob like it's part of their DNA. When at the end of the day, the Eagles use them. They don't give a shit about telling you the truth. They're going to tell you a narrative. Hey, you know what? I'll tell you flat out now to show you what liars they are. I kind of broached it last week. They were coming up with something saying that I was anti-Semitic because I called Howie Roseman a glorified CPA. What? I didn't know the Jewish faith had the corner on the market on CPAs. And the owner and the GM felt disrespected. We were like, what? My aunt's a CPA. They'll do anything to have you believe anything. Imagine that. They wanted to trump something up. Pun intended. Try to get me off the air. But then again, that's what people have done for 40 years. Relative. The playbook might be only 20% new, but what they want Jalen to do is 95% different. Less running, more check down, hitting third option. Not exactly lying, just different perspectives. Hey, relative. But then, okay, I would have bid on that, relative. But then when they asked what Nick's role was, he goes, I don't know. I don't know. And if some of the same terminology and same direction that they had in 23 is still going to be in the playbook, wouldn't you want at least the guy who was the architect of it? He called himself the architect, right, relative? He called himself, this is my game plan. This is my offense. Wouldn't you want a little bit of that feedback? And that didn't sound like Hurts going, this is brand new, man. Remember, he also went like this. He was asked the question, he goes, do you like the offense now? He goes, I'll let you know, it's too soon. Guys, it's June 17th, and this is already rearing its head. This looks like November and December already of last year. Okay? And by the way, this guy in here saying gossip? It's not gossip. These are people who are team reporters that work for the Inquirer. Jeff McClain and the other guy who reported all this stuff about the ownership being upset with Hurts and all that. Those are beat writers. Those aren't op-eds. Well, those are beat reporters. There's no. Jeff McClain is not an op-ed writer. He's a beat reporter for the Eagles. And you've got a sideline reporter and Howard Eskin saying, Hurts is not, it's not 95% new. It's 20% new. That's not gossip. Those are people that are employed, one of them, by the Philadelphia Eagles. Employed. Sills, if I need to choose between the front office, Eskin, and Hurts, I choose Hurts. Has never been known as a problem on a team. The organization has shown their thin skin for years. I agree. Hey, you guys want to hear something? If I'm going to side on someone's side, I'm siding on Jalen Hurts' side. Now, does Jalen Hurts need to power through this? Absolutely. Shit happens. That's why you get paid $50 million. Nobody's crying for the kid. And some of those excuses he makes, he needs to come up with a better reason not to answer some of these stupid questions. By the way, when someone goes, that's just not Hurts, well, it better become part of Hurts because that's also why you're paid. But, dude, the organization lied all last year every week on a Wednesday press conference. The Sirianni lying hour is what, I mean, it was every week between the coaches being good, great guys we have in the locker room, all that stuff, Seattle, all that shit was lies. And again, why is it so important for the Philadelphia Eagle organization to come out and ridicule their quarterback if the quarterback has a problem with something? Why can't he say what's on his mind? Hey, brand new offense. Why didn't they leave it lie there? Why was it so important for the organization to have to come out and go, no, it's not? Or, hey, I don't know what Nick's role is. Maybe they never told him. That's a good question. I don't know. You don't know with a guy that on the front door of his office it says head coach of the Eagles. You don't know what his job title is? I've never heard of such a thing. I've never heard such a thing. Have you? Hey, what does John Harbaugh do in Baltimore? I don't know. I have no idea what his role is. None. Okay? The front office, man, you want to know once again why they don't win championships? What's going on here? They can't stand. They'd rather look good losing than look bad winning. Signed Doug Peterson. That embodies the ownership of Jeffrey Lurie. What I just said, it embodies Jeffrey Lurie. That embodies him. They'd rather look good losing than look bad winning. And that's why you lie where you lie. Front office is in damage control? Yeah, but Nick, you know what they do for damage control? They tell everyone to shut the fuck up. I don't think Jalen has any backbone. Or maybe he does, and why he's fighting it. That's why we got Angelo on. Angelo will be on at 5:30. Gary Cobb at 4:30, and Xander's going to join us at 3:30. Look, I'm sure people have a different perspective, but I've been talking this way for 2 years. And all of it's starting to look like, hey, the whole thing with Reddick, too. They got rid of Reddick because they wanted to protect Nick because of the conflict that the player and Nick had with one another. That's why? That's what the agent's reporting. That's what Marcus Hayes is reporting. They got rid of Reddick because the front office didn't like his attitude towards the head coach. That's why he's not on the team. How do you run a football team like that? How do you run a football team like that? Once again, I'm not talking about holding out. I'm not talking about money, contracts. They booted him off that team because the player and Nick got into a confrontation in his office about how they were going to use him and how he moved him. Plain and simple. You could take that for whatever you want. Marcus Hayes and Reddick's agent have reported that. Not Big Sills. All the things that are coming out now about the behavior on the organization and how they've done everything here, they've not fixed their image or done anything for damage control. You know, the one thing they addressed it all by Howie's personnel moves. But you know what they never really addressed it with? Quality coaches in the building that could solve problems. And most notably with your head coach. How's that for you? How's that? You have the same problem you had last year. Why wouldn't you have the same result as a year ago? Why? Because Hurts looks like he's on the same page with the organization and the coach and the coordinator. Jalen Hurts is not on the same page with the coordinator, the coach, or the organization right now. And it's June 17th. You're a month to camp. No problems, right? How dumb can you be? You're a month out from the start of training camp, and the head coach and the player are not on the same page, and the organization is pissed off at your star player. Oh, okay. You're right. 13 wins. You had the same personnel pretty much a year. Actually, no, you had lesser today. You're not a better roster than you were a year ago. You're a lesser football team. Okay? You're a lesser football team with less leadership. Sills, would you say you're optimistic? Millie, I would say I'm optimistic about everyone getting their numbers again, but no wins of significance. Be like last year. Everyone will get their individual numbers, just like everyone practicing. The OTAs were a prime example of 2023. Hey, everyone looked good, like John McMullen said, except Hurts. That's what happened last year. What's changed? The relationship between the coach and the player? You just embodied exactly 23. And McMullen said it this morning on Birds 365. You know, AJ and Devontae look good. They did last year. You know, I mean, the only guy that didn't look good was the quarterback. Even Goddard looked good. It's like, okay. Well, that's what happened last year. Sills, Hurts has never been known as a cancer. Agreed. Why would he change now? Nick's two daddies are fighting his battles. This is a Howie and Jeff ego issue. Agreed. 100%. But Jalen has got to power through that. And you know what? The one thing Jalen is refusing to do that I think is upset. Can I tell you, maybe you guys will agree. You know what I think that the organization has a problem with Jalen? He won't lie. He won't lie to the public. Hey, Nick's really great. I mean, he's our guy. He's going to lead us this year. He's overseeing everything. He'd never come out and talk like that. It's not, they want him to lie like that. He won't. It's not his nature to lie. You could tell by the way he answers questions. He's not a liar. Hey, I may have issues with the way he plays sometimes, but one thing I'll say to you, I don't think that guy's a liar. I think Nick Sirianni's a bull-faced liar because he's done it to you and your face for 3 years. Does Jalen come off like a liar to you? No. The head coach is a known liar. He made that entire Seattle story up. Why wouldn't he do that again? He lies every day. You create your own. Look at this too. Once again, you're creating self-sabotage in your own building already. Where's this noise anywhere? Name me a place where the quarterback hates their guy and doesn't like and not on the same page with the organization. Let's take a look at that. Let me think. Is Tua? Tua's kind of on the same page. Where? There's a lot of noise in New York with the Jets. Let's go here. You'll never have that out in Los Angeles. Even when there's a contract issue going on out there in LA. But M. Reyes goes to Giants. Yeah, probably so. The Giants have buyer's remorse on Daniel Jones. Yeah. That's why that's a 4-win team. But you know the difference between the Giants and the Eagles? The Eagles have 10 times more talent. Dude, that was the worst 11-win football team I've ever seen. Because they just quit. So there's been 2 scenarios where you've had self-sabotage that I've seen with you. Okay, you want to say Patriots? Well, I don't think that Drake May hates the Patriots right now. He just got there. The Patriots are a 4-win team. I saw that 95% is a built-in excuse if he fails. There's some to that too. I would trade Hurts for Allen in a second. Problem is, Bills wouldn't. They would never trade Josh Allen. Dude, the only person that they would trade Josh Allen for would be Mahomes. Hey, and by the way, so much for Jalen Hurts' $50 million contract. They gave a guy in Trevor Lawrence, Joe Burrow's contract at $55 million. Just because you pay these guys don't mean they're good. I mean, really. Do you know if you put the numbers up next to each other, Daniel Jones and Trevor Lawrence almost have the same identical numbers. Just because you pay these people don't mean they're good. I mean, the contracts that the quarterbacks are making now overrate the ability of the quarterbacks to win and be consistent winners in this league. The contracts are overrating people. Cousins is overrated. Lawrence is overrated. All these guys. You know the guys who aren't? The guys who don't have a lot of guys on the team. Mahomes, Allen. There's nobody in Buffalo. There's nobody in Kansas City. Travis Kelce. There's nobody. Not like you have in, hey, and this is why I say this about Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy's a better quarterback than Jalen Hurts. He's a better quarterback because he knows how to move the ball around better. And he gets the ball in the hands. Is he a better athlete than Hurts? No. No. But they've been to 2 NFC title games in a row. And crushed you. Seals, organization has questionable ethics. Withholding information is normal. True. But lying is an issue. The problem is that Hurts appears to have morals and won't dance to the team's tune. That is my takeaway too, Bob. Bob, that's my takeaway. That's my takeaway. Look at Lord Vaughn talking about the wrong thing as usual, and all the rest of these people talking about the stupidest things. This is not about the amount of wins. This is about winning championships. The Chiefs won 11 games last year. Do you think they gave a shit if they won 11 or 13 games? They didn't give a shit. They won a Super Bowl. We were 10-2. So what? And you had a nuclear implosion that resembled 3 Mile Island. Right. Whatever. Hurts has no chance of success. None. None. Until they get that guy out of the building. So-called greatest coach in the history of the Eagles. Has no way of winning because he doesn't know what he's doing. He is not qualified to be the head football coach of the Philadelphia Eagles. The only thing that Nick Sirianni's qualified to do is scoot along on his knees in the NovaCare Center for the owner and the GM. And when things, they protect him because he protects them. He doesn't protect Hurts. He protects the, hey, is it me? How many people in here, every freaking press conference that Nick Sirianni has, he's always on his knees to Howie. He's always on his knees. Oh, Howie's this and Howie's that and Howie's this. I'm telling you. You won the Super Bowl in 17 because of great coaching decisions in game and a guy playing out of his skull because he was coached and they coached his ass off. 17's a lesser talent, but you know what they had? They had championship pedigree. The 22 team was close. The 23 team was never close. They were never close to being a championship organization. If you got quit in you, how could you be considered a champion? How in the world could you be considered a champion if you quit? What did Brandon Graham say? Hey, we knew it was over going into the Buccaneer playoff game. We knew that it just wasn't going to happen. Before they even stepped on the field, they knew they were beat. Flexing. Xander's going to kick me because what? Of Jeff McClain's reporting? Of what? The other folks like Howard Eskin contradicting Jalen? The Reddick being thrown off the team because he had a conflict with Nick? Which one is it? I'm just curious. Yeah, Xander just said, Sills, shut up, not you. See? So guess what you have here now? This is really pretty remarkable. You know what you have? You have people trying to stop us from communicating with you by loading up on the chat room because they don't like what I'm saying. They must work for the Eagles. I'm talking. I got you, Flexing. Thank you. My bad. Do you understand what they do when they do that? They do that so that I can't talk to you because they don't want me to say this to you. Because guys like LJ would take Andy Reid or would take Nick over Andy Reid and over Doug. That's why. Okay, Flexing. Shut up, Xander. Look at how much of a 2-year-old LJ got him. What in the fuck? Are you 9? I'm trying to have a conversation with sports fans. Got him? Dude, honest to God. I don't understand that. Got him? Congratulations, dude. I make you part of my show. And if you don't want me to, I don't have to. You just let me know, LJ. And I'll tell you what. Okay, no problem. All good, dude. Keep posting away, son. I'll get to you by Friday. Hey, I used to have a rule when I did my shows that I would talk to assholes like LJ once a week. Well, I'll put him in a corner for a couple days here and see how he behaves. And if he doesn't behave, we'll put him on a 2-week little, moratorium. And if he decides to act decent, then I'll bring him out without the dunce hat on. But until then, you're in the corner right now till Friday, son. So if you want to do that, go right ahead, kid. You're in a timeout. Have at it. Sills, forget wins and championships. This is about the long-term health of this franchise. All of the good work this team has done means nothing unless they fix this. Correct. It's a structural issue. It's more of an internal thing and how they operate their business. Okay? That's exactly correct. That's exactly correct. Absolutely. Flexing. So, no, Martin. No. We're just going to start putting a guy like that in timeouts because it's whatever. He needs a timeout. So it's all good. Hey, got him? Okay. Well, you can get me on Friday. Be the next time we talk to them, Martin. Okay. Big Sills. I give you the pleasure of my acknowledging you. See here. This is about Jalen drowning it after. It absolutely is. We have too much talent for the organization to be acting like babies without their bib and head coach that doesn't even know what the hell they're doing. Devontae, that is exactly the point that I've made with you and many people in here is that you're this close, my friend. You're this close. So honestly, Sills, do you think they have a chance to make the playoffs? Hey, Perez, don't start out 2-2. I think the first month of the season in September, okay, is going to be critical to the success of the remainder of the season. If that thing goes south in the first month of the season and it's wobbling and the offense is slow, you're going to have problems. So people hate honesty about a coach that's not good, makes the organization look bad. Well, why protect him though, Martin? Martin, the only reason that Nick Sirianni is in the building is because he is a locker room watchdog for everything else. And that's why they're mad at Jalen. Get this, Jalen had some innocuous comments. I don't know what his role is. Offense is 95% new. And they went out of their way to go to reporters to make sure that there was like some sort of narrative that that's not true. And we're disappointed. They went out of their way. Out of their way. Bill Belichick coached this franchise? Never happened. Boy, I'll tell you. If you're a reporter right now in Philly, how are you doing your job, honestly? How are you doing your job, honestly, and covering what you're watching and not being more? Hey, I've been saying this and I heard it on Birds 365 this morning, but I've been saying this for 2 years. I've never seen a quarterback in my entire life that is protected more. And anybody says any kind of criticism towards Jalen Hurts, everyone gets their panties in a bind. But I'll tell you something else. I've never seen an organization protect a coach like that. They go over and above to make sure that they have corrections or they have press conferences on Wednesday when a player says something on a Sunday. Can't be mad at Jalen for not supporting Nick when the Eagles don't support Nick. They stripped him of his power. Keep talking shit, Sills. GTV, thank you, my friend. Guys, just saying, where are we here? Sills, I disagree with you on Hurts' skill as a quarterback. That's okay. But assuming you're right, this team has enough talent around him to win. They did last year. And they just didn't know what they were seeing in 23. They caught up to him. They have a staff that could put Hurts in the right positions. Dude, you know how you're going to win this year? 440 passing attempts. Not 540 or 600 attempts. Anything over 450 attempts this year, you'll lose. He's not a passing quarterback. We keep bringing this up about this RPO stuff. Stop with it. It's over. They're not going to implement it. You think they are. Why would they go out and get Barkley? Why? So Jalen can run more? They're showing you through their actions and the money they're spending. They don't want Jalen to run. So you know what they're going to do? They're going to go get a high price back. And that's exactly what they did. He's going to run the same amount as he did a year ago. Okay? 500 yards, somewhere in there. It's not going to be anything like it was his first 2 years. Nothing remotely close. But he's not going to be good enough to win in the pocket for you. However, you've got playmakers. And if Jalen has 450 attempts, the INTs come down and the turnovers come down. The more he passes, the more turnovers he'll have. Common sense tells you that. Common sense. That's what happened a year ago. Better play calling. Kellen Moore is not this high-powered OC that's going to revolutionize the offensive game plan. Frank Reich's better than him as an offensive game plan guy. As a head coach, Frank has struggled. But as an OC, Frank's one of the better play callers. How many people think that Kellen Moore is a better OC than Frank Reich? How many people believe that? The reason you couldn't hire Frank is because Frank has got 2 more years remaining on his contract with David Tepper in Carolina. Why would he go to work in Philly when he could sit on the beach the next 2 years making $8 million, $16 million? Why would he do that? He wouldn't. Plus, you know what you would have? Well, no, because I don't believe Sirianni would have a problem with that. Yeah. It's, when I heard the news from other people reporting, okay? When I heard the news, that all this stuff was coming out, I couldn't believe. Well, no, I could. Finally. Maybe people behind the scenes and the players are starting to also contradict people now. Bring in Frank, OC, and Kellen as head coach. That'd be quite a duo. Eagle fan says Sills gets his news from ESPN. You think I watch that fascist sports network? Be like me watching CNN. That would not happen. I don't watch a fascist organization like CNN or ESPN. You'd be shocked what I watch, actually. I watch really C-SPAN. It's the only fair and balanced thing left on the planet. And that's going a little bit too off the scenes. See, I like to have contradicting like views. I don't like to hear one side. I would have signed Henry instead of Barkley. Henry was the better player. Seals implementing a balanced attack with Barkley carrying the rock and effectively stretching the field horizontally. Hurts could run less and be more productive because he'll be uncovered. Yes, that's a fact. But then, Bob, do this for me. Remember something. In your entire receiving core, you basically have $65 million tied up in three guys between Goddard and your two receivers. You got $65 million tied up in contracts that have been constructed. $65 million. You're not just going to not go to them and give Barkley 20 carries or 25 touches and take touches away from AJ. You're just not. It's not. So, who's lying? And why are the Eagles so bent in having you know that Jalen? Hey, by the way, I wonder if they asked Hurts to clarify his 95% and he said no. Usually they do. Said they had Eskin do it. Why wouldn't they have just toted Jalen out if Jalen was on board? He did it after the Jets game. Why didn't they just bring him out? Instead, they brought Howard Eskin out. Why wouldn't Jalen have said, no, I didn't mean that? It's more like 20%. Why? Nothing wrong with saying 95% new. That's a good thing. That's not what the Eagles are saying. Eagles are saying it's 20%. Which is it? Which is it? I hope I'm wrong, but I think Lamar and Henry will be unreal. I do too. Their defense will be some issues. Losing Queen and some people in their back end of their secondary. I want to see how the Baltimore Ravens defense responds. Okay? Because Jalen's got a backbone. Who said 20%? The sideline reporter for the Philadelphia Eagles, Howard Eskin. Where do you think he got that from? He made it up? Howard doesn't make anything up. He's told it. He's told it. Remember that. When you are part of the broadcast team, you are not going to say things or report on things unless you've been told to say them. Howard Eskin doing weekends on WIP is a joke. He's doing it because it's better optics. Oh, he just doesn't work for the Eagles. Oh, okay, so he does his show. Well, we'll ask Angelo at 5:30. He calls him Philly's greatest mouthpiece. Wow, man. First time I heard John McMullen use the term, I'm not waving pom-poms. It's like, damn. I was like, holy cow, Xander's changed that Birds 365 around. Me not waving pom-poms. Holy Jesus Christ to me. How you doing? This day was made. I swear to God, I was so disappointed I wasn't on Friday because that was made for Big Sills. Shit like this, man, I was made for this. All right. Let's bring in our friend Xander Kraus, the co-host of Birds 365, each and every single Monday through Friday, right here on JAKIB Sports. How you doing, brother?
What's going on, Big Sills? How you doing?
All good. Let me read this, Sills. Long as we don't have a coach that has some say, we won't win again. No way. The bill was coming here. Okay. All right, Xander. You tell me, man. Dramaville as the Eagle world turns. How have you handled these last 4 days?
It's June, Big Sills.
Oh, it's June.
It's June.
It's June, and they haven't resolved their meltdown from last year.
I don't
Same
make
shit.
that big of a deal of it. I really don't. I think it's problematic, but what are you going to do? They kept Nick. Jalen doesn't like that they kept Nick, and it could be a problematic. It could also not matter when we're winning games in September.
It mattered last year. Why wouldn't it matter this year?
Well,
here, let me go through the chronological part of this here. So, Jeff McClain, and just so you know, watch this. Jeff McClain and I don't get along. Is that correct?
Yeah, you guys do not. For anybody that wants to know the backstory of that, yeah. Big Sills and Jeff McClain aren't buddy-buddy.
That's in quotes, just to keep it real here. Remember, I'm not paraphrasing this here, so because I didn't paraphrase anyway.
Is my mic all right, Sills? Somebody said my mic's loud.
No, your mic is beautiful, dog.
All right, cool.
Yeah, because no one wants to hear what you're going to say here, but I do.
All
right, so comes out and the first thing goes, yeah, we're a little bit perturbed. And this is Jeff McClain, organization. You know it's Howie and the owner are upset that how Jalen Hurts has handled Nick Sirianni publicly.
I would be.
Your take is what? Not a big thing?
Well, I would be too if I were the owner of a team and I paid a dude $55 million and he made my organization look like shit. But that doesn't address the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room is still Nick Sirianni. But, I mean, how much are we really going to make of press conference comments in June? That's my problem with this.
The organization made an issue out of it. They followed up.
Really. The organization is trying to correct the narrative that they see is going to run for 7 weeks straight.
Okay.
And potentially longer.
Why did they just, if it's a nothing burger, why comment at all?
Because they got to quiet the noise. It's the same way they had Jalen come back out and march back his comments in the
You're
season.
really telling me a head coach and a quarterback? How about this one? I personally think now that maybe there was a conversation that he was shocked he came back and didn't want him in the building.
I think that's plausible. I think that's more plausible than not. But what are you going to do? Jalen doesn't make that decision.
No, so what he does is he just takes a shit on him in public.
Yeah, and it was stupid. I thought it was stupid.
Why? Hey, can I tell you what I really think the problem with Hurts is? He refuses to lie for them. Oh, Nick's great. He's going to oversee everything. He's going to be the architect over the architect of how we're going to put this together. Hey, it's kumbaya. We're all in this thing. We're rowing. Hurts ain't doing any of that shit.
No, he's not. But he also he's not notorious for speaking a lot at press conferences or giving a lot of great answers. I mean, he clearly avoided this question, which is cause for concern to some extent. But is this overblown because we're in June? 100%.
See this, folks? Watch this one here. Remember, when Big Sale speaks in the offseason, I validate my comments in the fall, and this will all come back again. You watch, because it has. Hey, Britton Covey, you can kiss my ass too about your boy in the locker room, because it looks like now me and Barrett were saying the things that were in that locker room. Now, how about Howard Eskin coming out going, no, the offense is not 95% new. It's about 19 to 20%. This guy's the mouthpiece of the Philadelphia. He's hired by the Eagles, not IP. He's a sideline reporter for the Philadelphia Eagles.
I think they're trying to manage that narrative, but somebody said it in here right. It probably is 95% different to Jalen Hurts, where they're making him do different things. There's less running. There's more throwing over the middle, third options. I forget who put that in the chat. Somebody put it in the chat. Chat's going crazy today. They're cracking me up in the back end. These guys are nuts in the chat. I love them. But, yeah, I mean, what are you going to do? We're not going to know until we're on the field. If it's 95% new, isn't that a good thing? The offense stunk out loud last year at the end of the year. They were still the 8th ranked offense in the league. So, I mean, what are we going to do? You want me to sit here and cry about it?
No. I want you to see how this whole thing, because of Nick and the cancer still being in the body, is still resonating from last year. Do you think any of this shit goes on, or any of the narratives go on, or the Eagles have to clean some shit up if Nick's not here?
What are you asking?
If Nick's not here, none of this is being brought up.
Well, no, because it's a different conversation if Nick's not here.
But it sounds to me like the 23, what happened in 23 at the end of the meltdown? What if they addressed? Now you got it seems to me that quarterback does not like that guy at all.
I agree. But does that matter?
What's that matter? Okay.
I know it's you want your quarterback and your head coach on the same page. But if Nick has no say in the offense anymore, I don't give a fuck.
Okay. Fair enough. Do you think Belichick and Brady liked one another?
No, and it didn't. Well, I don't think they liked each other. I think
But you know what Brady never did?
They had respect.
Brady never was public about Belichick and the I don't know what Bill's role is on offense, and I don't know any of these other things. He never came out negative against the organization ever in 20 years up there.
Yeah, and Jalen's got to learn that. And that's part of the Phil Sims comment. No, it wasn't Phil Sims. Boomer Esiason. You got to play to the contract, right? Like these are responsibilities on you as the highest paid. Nobody in that organization, not Howie, Nick, anybody makes more money than Jeffrey Lurie. Jalen Hurts is making Jeffrey Lurie's team not look great. That's not a good look for the quarterback. I think it's a worse look on Jalen Hurts than it is on Nick Sirianni, to be honest with you, because I think it shows some of the problems that people have discussed about Jalen Hurts' leadership. And now you have an easy chance to just go in a break, put your sails up, cruise off into the sunset for 7 weeks, get this show back on the road in 7 weeks. And he didn't do it at all. I'm more concerned about Jalen Hurts than I am about Nick Sirianni in this regard.
Sills, I've been a fan of the show when it was you and Barrett Brooks and Xander was producing. Never missed a show. Keep up the excellent work. We appreciate you very much. So
That's love right
thank
there,
you
man.
so
That
much.
was 3 years ago when you and Barrett were doing the show together for a little bit.
Hey Barrett, where does he still work? I haven't heard. Anyway,
Barrett's not allowed on JAKIB anymore. For
Yeah, Jake. Yeah,
NBC has put the kibosh on JAKIB. Now we are making too much noise, and they can't have an Eagle paid person because NBC is in contract with the Philadelphia Eagles. For those who do not know that, the NBC is the official television provider for the Philadelphia Eagles, and they're not going to let one of their guys come on here and bash the Eagles like we do on this show. And we don't bash the Eagles. We call out what we see as truth. Dan has his opinion, which he is entitled to. I have mine, and I'm not going to hide from that. We're not going to not air that. So that's why Barrett is no longer here, because we get a lot of chats about that, Dan. Whereas
I'm sure you do. I get,
Barrett's not allowed on here anymore.
Barrett was
a lot of people in Philly aren't allowed on here anymore. Howard Eskin, he used to come
all
on
the
this
WIP
program.
and Odyssey people are not allowed on.
Yeah.
Hurts is tired of the BS and his expression shows. I agree with you. And I think that's what Angelo's going to say at 5:30.
Friendly Goated, is he afraid of a different opinion? Are you such a small mind that you can't handle that somebody else has a different opinion than you? That's not my problem, brother. That's your problem. I don't know what you want
that's
me to
a you thing, dude.
Yeah, that's a you thing. I don't know what you want me to say.
Hey, as a matter of fact, we welcome everyone else's opinions, man.
We absolutely do.
I've never shied away from people coming on this
It's
program.
like people emailing me, why don't I fire Dan Sileo? Because I don't agree with everything he says. You think I agree with everything you've said in the last 3 years?
Not.
No, it's a good show. You're entitled to your opinion, as we all are. That's what creates conversation. We're talking about sports here, guys. We're not talking about things that are changing the world. We're talking about a sports team. Come on.
Merrill Reese comes on.
Bit in there.
Merrill Reese comes on.
Yeah, I'm surprised they're letting him, by the way.
So what? You think Bob's going to go over to him and go, "Hey, Merrill,
well, every time Merrill, you respect Merrill, which is the right thing to do. So you allow Merrill to talk what Merrill's going to say.
Plus, I know what I'm talking to because he is part of the broadcast team, and you have to know that angle that he's not going to sit here and he's going to sit there and go, "Hey, Jalen, man, that was a really shitty comment you made publicly." He's not going to say that, He's going to go out, there's no issue, but that's okay. Because I'll tell you what, one thing I do dig about Merrill Reese and Mike Quick, if you listen to them during the broadcast, they're not shy about criticism.
Yeah, that's true. They will call it.
They're more critical on the broadcast than they are when they do interviews.
Yeah, they are. They're great broadcasters. We talked about this last week because Merrill won that award from the Pro Football Hall of Fame, which is
the Roselle Award.
Yeah, which is pretty cool. So, Merrill's the man. He does a great job calling the game, and I'm happy he still comes on. I can't wait to get him on again. For you to get him on again after, so we can give him his congratulations on our network.
How about this comment? Marcus Hayes and other folks are saying that the reason that Reddick is not on the team is because there was a conflict after the addressing of the sidelines when Sirianni went over to Reddick and they had that back and forth, went into the office and didn't like the way he was being used. And when the offseason came around, the agent and the player wanted to know how he was going to be used. So instead, what they did was, because it was between Nick and Reddick, not Vic and Reddick, on the personal relationship. And this is just my opinion on Vic. Vic probably said, "Don't worry about it. I can make it work without him." And so to me, that's how they moved off.
I don't know about the thing with Nick. I mean, I could see that though, because John says Nick is kind of fiery at practice, and Hassan did have, there was some documented moments of him last year getting more and more agitated. And then you remember that report after the season, like a couple weeks after the season came out, and they're like,
how about in game when he went after him a little bit and said some shit? I think he jumped off sides or something.
Yeah, right. And even after the season, when people were like, "Oh, the Eagles coaches were upset with Hassan Reddick for being undisciplined and rushing the passer," or whatever it was. It was a weird story, but it came out. And if you do follow the tea leaves on Hassan Reddick, it's definitely plausible that him and Nick did not like each other. And boy, this organization's they're really riding for Nick Sirianni. I mean, it doesn't look like it when you look at it from the perspective of they are taking away some of his powers. But at the end of the day, I mean, Jalen Hurts seems like he doesn't really like the guy. They still stuck with Nick. All the things that happened, and they still keep putting Nick out there. They must like something about him, or Nick has something on him or something, because they're rocking with him. I mean,
How
I'm
about
all right
this,
with it
Tanner?
if he gets out of the way, like you said in your how the Eagles get back to the Super Bowl.
How about this? To me, sometimes it just seems that the Eagles would rather lose looking good and are upset when they win looking bad.
Well, that's a tale. That's been happening in Philadelphia for a long time. You remember when Doug Peterson went to Lambeau Field when Aaron Rodgers was still playing prime football in Green Bay? The Eagles win a nail biter. It was a low-scoring game.
Like 1917, something shit like that.
And the Tuesday meeting, the famous Tuesday meeting of, Jeffrey Lurie telling Doug Peterson, what the heck was that? That's not how I want to win games.
At Lambeau, Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay.
You win at Lambeau versus Aaron Rodgers, and you're asked why you won the way you won. Which is what, it's funny because, like, let's just assume that that's 100% true, which I think it is. Most people have corroborated that report. Why the hell do the Eagles continue to go for? I don't have a problem with the other style of quarterback where they're run first, they're athletes, they're good, they're dual threat, as you like to say. But why do the Eagles keep going that route if all they care about is passing the football? It doesn't make sense to me. That's why they keep trying to turn these quarterbacks into something they are not.
They even did it to Wentz. They stopped him from running. After he got hurt,
Wentz had a litany of his own problems, honestly. But
look, his are more up above the shoulder pads. But I'm talking about after LA, they never played him the same. They never played Wentz the same.
Well, LA's where he got hurt, right?
Yeah. LA.
Yeah. Well, he didn't play the rest of that year, obviously. But after that, you're right. They did change the way they played him for sure.
Yeah, and he never had the talent around him that Hurts has had.
No. People forget about that when you compare quarterback. Not a single quarterback in Eagles history has had this type of talent. None of them.
Not even Randall.
Not Randall, not Donovan, not Mike Vick, none of them. So this is the best job. This is the best work Howie's ever done in his career. Whether you love Howie or hate Howie, this is the best team he has assembled this last couple years stretch. This new era that he's created. Yeah. And what seems to be like it could continue for the next couple years. So if we don't get a Super Bowl out of this, I mean, shit. Who are you pointing the finger at?
Him.
Nick or Jalen?
Howie. What did it get you?
Howie can't play the game.
Wait a minute. What's it get you? Because you're not.
Yeah, but Howie can't play the games, right? Like, what's the best case scenario you can ask of a GM?
Get out of the way. Game day.
Yeah, but no. You're deeper. What's the number one thing you can ask of your GM?
To put a quality football team together for me every year.
And he's doing that. Would you agree?
Yes.
To a certain extent, the team is good enough. Now, I know that we have problems on defense, but look around the NFL, man. Every team, every team has problems somewhere. So,
but it's got to have a cutoff. And I mean by this, okay, you're right. A general manager's responsibility is to go out and find the right personnel for your head coach, not find the right coach and the fucking personnel to fit what you want. That's not how you build a team. Do you know that Bill Polian, when he hired Tony Dungy's been on our network. Tony Dungy said something. I said, Coach, what was the number one thing Bill Polian, who's a Hall of Fame general manager now in the NFL, what was the number one thing he said? He goes, what type of player defines Tony Dungy and what type of player do you want on the team? It wasn't what Howie wanted or what Bill wanted. It was what Tony wanted. And I think they lose sight of that sometimes with the coach. Like, there's no way Nick has any say. Now, he may have that Quentin Mitchell thing because he went to school with the coach in Toledo. They were roommates in college at Fork Union or whatever the hell they were. So they were like teammates. So there could have been some insight there. But Xander, I've never seen anything. There's two things you guys said on Birds 365. First and foremost, do you think the number one reason that they protect Nick so much, that this comes down to something you said about 3 weeks ago? And bro, I thought it was bullshit what you said. I thought it was stupid. Then I'm going like this. Hang on here. The Chip Kelly collateral damage stuff. I mean,
yeah,
bro, they fall on a hey, they didn't like what Jalen said. Somebody got that out to Jeff. So Jeff reported that.
That's how the Eagles work. Most people don't know that behind the scenes how they work. That is 100% how they work. The Eagles they leak out the perfect information that they want, and they use certain people to do it. So it's definitely interesting. I mean, I think Nick is more about protecting themselves though than it is about protecting Nick. Because if you fire Nick with the success that he's had, whether you believe it's you or not, eventually you're going to get to a point where you just look like a dysfunctional organization, even when the Eagles are not. I mean, look, there's a lot of criticisms you can have on the Eagles. They're not dysfunctional. They are a competing organization. We are not the Panthers. We are not one of these organizations that are bottom feeders every single year. But it would look terrible if they fired Nick right now. It would have looked terrible if they fired him last year. And they know that. And I think that's why they're trying to, prop him up in their own kind of way and ride with it. But the weird thing is they have been inconsistent all offseason, right? Like Nick was saying at first, it was the meshing of the offenses. There's been no clear message from the front office to the quarterback to the head coach. There's been no
direction,
togetherness, right? Like exactly. No direction of the team. And I think that's a problem. But my biggest takeaway from the comments are still on Jalen Hurts. Like, I don't even, what are we going to cry about Nick Sirianni that he's not getting along with Jalen Hurts? Like, we know he struggled last year. We know. I'm not going to beat the dead horse. But what we learned from the comments is that Jalen is struggling to take the leadership role, even when it's given to him, presented to him on a silver platter. That is potentially troublesome.
Let me say something positive about Nick. You brought up John McMullen's column that he wrote about the political aspect of Nick Sirianni. Xander, I don't think it's about stepping away from play calling. I think it's stepping further away from Hurts. And I mean like this. Hey, if this guy's got a problem with me, I'll tell you what I'll do. Because he even said it when he was he goes, I don't talk to Jalen as much as I have in the past. I'm over on the defense. And he came up with those bullshit things with Milton Williams and all that. Maybe what he's decided to do and the organization has decided to do, if Hurts has a problem with him, that's a smart thing to do if you're a coach. Well, let's bring a coordinator in. Let's put a guy in the building and try to give him somebody that maybe he's going to have a better communication. Now, to me, I'm starting to agree with you on this here. Well, that's a Hurts thing. He's got to be wanting to be coached by the people that they're putting in front of him. This isn't college, Xander, where you have all these coaches like that. You're in an organization and you make $50 million. You've got to sink or swim with those guys like you did with Brian Johnson last year. You can't pick and choose. Or if you want to pick and choose, this is maybe why they don't really like each other, is because he didn't want him in that building. There's really a problem with those two guys, in my opinion. It's bigger than what people are thinking.
There's a chance that Nick Sirianni's actually playing his cards right here.
Right. That's what I mean.
Not for the Philadelphia Eagles, personally. But also, yes. I would say this to you. On the same breath of trying to distance himself from the quarterback, what about distancing himself from the front office? What about showing if Nick failed this year and he didn't give up reins of the offense, he was going to get fired.
So you think it gives him an off-ramp?
If Nick gives up reins of the offense and they fail, he's getting fired anyway. So both, if the team is not successful this year, Nick is gone no matter what. And then if he was still calling the offense, you could argue the pressure would be greater because now he needs to show that he still has the offensive pedigree. He brought in Kellen Moore, and now Nick can kind of go wipe his hands of what's happening on the offense. He's the one who's got a 34-17 record as a head coach. He's the one who went to a Super Bowl in his second year as a head coach. Now he can say, if the team has success, Nick's not going anywhere because he was a better CEO head coach. Now, you might lose Kellen. We've talked about that in the past. I don't think they're going to get rid of Nick Sirianni if they have a successful year. So he potentially created an off-ramp where he can stay in Philadelphia or an explanation for the next team that wants to hire him.
Because then he can show you that he works with analytics and he can knows how to work with the front office.
Coordinators. I have my
Which is today's NFL coach.
The whole 9 yards, where he can work with a coordinator, work with an offensive mind. all these things. So I think Nick's operating in his best interest. I don't have a problem with that, by the
How
way.
about this? I would say that Nick probably is more hireable than Belichick at 73. With today's NFL front offices. Okay,
Well,
if he goes to another playoff again 4 years in a row, dude, people are not they're just not going to not interview him.
Well, and Nick and the toughest part about Bill Belichick is he's as old as the Eagles owner.
And the money.
Well, yeah, but how long are you going to have that guy? He's 73.
Oh, yeah, 2 years.
Yeah, 2 years max. So there's no sort of continuity there. Like if there was a situation where there's like a Brady in going to the Bucs, where it's not a long window, that's where a Bill Belichick would work. Like I could see him working in New York with the Jets.
With the Giants.
No. With the Jets.
Because of Aaron?
Aaron's got a couple years left. Let's get the right coach in here, and let's see if we can make a run here. We got 2-3 years of window here.
You think the Jets would want to roll back over that with him again after that whole disaster that they had with hiring him, and then he quit the job and then went up to New England? I don't know, man. That'd be a lot of mending of fences here. Let me ask you something else here. Has the money changed Hurts?
Certainly looks like it from my perspective. I mean, before he was all about keep the main thing the main thing. I'm focused on what matters, football, all these things. And now, I mean, I've definitely gotten a different vibe coming out of him in the organization. It feels like it's a my way or the highway. I'm beating to my drum type of thing. And I don't think it's a good thing. I mean, I don't want to go as far as to say the money changed them, but it certainly looks like it, right? I mean, how do we know though? How will we know?
How about this? Do you think the money has made him more, as we were saying with Barrett, less accessible to everyone else in the locker room? He maybe hasn't changed, but maybe what the Eagles have done has made him less accessible.
Yeah,
which could give the perception of him being different.
Boy, Britton Covey, he was hopping like a bunny to walk that thing back, man, when the Eagles PR called him. But yeah, he said what he said, and he's right. I mean, Jalen Hurts is definitely less successful. Remember also all the things he did last year once he got that bag of money. He did the commercial. He was in that dumb show. I'm like, what are you in a show for? Like, I don't care, bro. We'll be in a show when you're 40, when you're done and you're a Super Bowl champion. Don't go in a show now. But he did all that, and he's entitled to do it. I'm not, the person's entitled to make their own decisions, but I'm here to analyze how it affected the football team. It certainly looks like it did change him, and it didn't help. I mean, he's making big coin, and he's not really leading the franchise like he's making that big.
No, he's not leaning into being an Eagle right now.
Agreed.
Appreciate this, Bob. Here we go. You can win and still be dysfunctional. You can. You can't have sustained success and be dysfunctional. This team has organizational Asperger's, and something is just off. They can't or won't fix it. It's control, Bob. Thank you, Bob. Bob, it's got to do with control. Okay? I mean, remember what I told you? What do you think the most important thing is to Jeffrey Lurie? Control or championships? I think it's control. I do. Do you think Bob Kraft had total control over Bill Belichick? No.
No way.
Do you think the Hunt family?
I think Bob liked it that way.
How about this one? Do you think that the Hunt family have control over Andy Reid?
No, nor do they want him, because they would be foolish to think that they're a better mind than Andy Reid.
Well, then why would the owner want control over Nick?
That's his prerogative. I don't know. He likes it. He has fun, and this is like playing a board game to him. I think. It's his big asset. It grows it by $1 billion a year. As long as
I don't think the York family has control over Kyle Shanahan, and I don't think that Stan Kroenke has total control over Sean McVay. And those guys seem to be the winning coaches today.
And then it's definitely possible that the Chip Kelly remark is more true than ever, right? That was the last coach that they gave full autonomy to. And then you had a guy come in and win the Super Bowl, and then he wanted autonomy. Not even before he won the Super Bowl. We're talking about, I won. I lifted the trophy. You came on the field to confetti. And then now I want control, and they didn't give it to him.
Here's another one. And I liked what you said today because it's funny how John wouldn't address it when you said this. You don't think Bob Lane came to Jalen and said, "Hey, you know what? I'd look at Bob Lane and go, fuck you. Don't ever talk to me like that again. Okay. Don't ever talk to me like that again." Howie Roseman had to have had told him that personally, or there's only one other way. Nicole Lynn, Howie called Nicole Lynn, because this is a common thing too.
Yeah, call
A
the
general
agent.
manager will call an agent who they have a great relationship with, and will call him and say, "Hey, listen, we're a little bit, sideways, not a lot, but we're a little bit upset here with how that thing was handled." And I really don't think Jalen meant anything by it. He don't come off like a liar to me.
Yeah, but somebody needs to. There needs to be some adult in Jalen's life that tells him, "Dude, you got to lead. You have to lead, even if you don't want to lead. That is not the right way to signal to the organization that you're not with your head coach publicly before a 7-week layoff." I mean, I said it's June, and I still agree with that. Where it's like, come on, we're making a big deal out of this, but he still did say it. I mean, he still did choose to go the route he went. I don't know. Maybe you can chalk it up to he was checked out, or you can chalk it up to he's a shitty leader. And that's what it looks like.
It does. Have you changed your opinion on Hurts since he signed that contract? Have you changed your opinion on him?
Do I think we can win a Super Bowl with him? Yes, I do. Do I think he is? I don't want to say my opinion's changed. No. I think if anything, I feel better than I did when he took over the job. This is before 22, about us going to a Super Bowl with him. I was not really sold that Jalen could do that for this team. Now I've seen it. I've seen when he gets coached right, he can be that guy. Threw for a lot of yards in that Super Bowl. He looked really good. Obviously, the fumble was a big thing, but I'm a believer because I've seen it, right? It's not, you're not asking me to believe something I've never seen before. From all the other stuff, all the other intangibles we've talked about, right? Remember we used to talk about the intangibles and used to rip on it. When you lead with intangibles, it doesn't. Now I'm questioning them. Like, were they really all they were cracked up to be? Maybe not.
I think what's changed with Hurts since he signed the deal is the way the organization looks at him. I think the way that they look at him has changed. It's almost like they've signed a different guy than what they had and what that guy was. Dude, I'll tell you what. I'll take the 21-20. I'll take 21 over the 2023 season. When they took over from 2-5, they went on that stretch of 7-3, whatever it was. He was almost as good as he was. Now look, the passing, you were playing the Bucs who won a Super Bowl that year. The Super Bowl champion Bucs beat you that year. So we're not talking about a stiff team that beat you, and Brady won his 7th that year. So you had to go to Tampa and play in the place that Brady was going to play the Super Bowl in. That's pretty daunting for a first-year starting quarterback.
No, the Bucs didn't win the Super Bowl that year, though. They won.
Was that the Rams? No, that was the first year, wasn't it?
I thought the Bucs. I thought the Bucs beat us.
Didn't the Bucs win it in 21? I thought they won it. Oh no, they won
it.
The
beat us on Brady's last year.
They won it in what?
Yeah, the Bucs beat us in the playoffs Brady's last year, and Brady didn't win his last year. He won his second to last year.
No, Brady beat you 31-7.
Yeah, Brady didn't play us on his Super Bowl run. We were 4-11 that year, 4-10 or whatever it was.
No, you weren't. You were 9-8.
No, we weren't. You're a year late.
You're in the playoffs. Aikman called the game, was telling them to throw the damn ball.
Yeah, that was not the year the Bucs won the Super Bowl, is my point.
No, I think you're right. That may have been the Rams year.
That was the Rams year. The Bucs were the year before that. But yeah, but again, anyway, the point applies. I'm nitpicking. But yeah, I mean, what's the question here?
No. What I'm saying is it's the way that they have changed coaching him since they gave him that.
Yeah,
deal.
and they're missing the guys that they had. They're missing the coach that they had, I think. And Nick Sirianni is trying to figure out how to get back to that formula potentially. And maybe he believes Kellen Moore is his next Shane Steichen who can hate this or who can fix this thing. But I don't know. I don't want to sound the alarm. Like I think Jalen's going to be all right. I mean, I'm not
He
really
sounds it.
sure. Well, look,
He sounds it, doesn't he? Hey, and you got big
Corey
old
says
mouth.
Xander's talking bullshit. Hurts is not my way or the highway. He wasn't. Do you not think, Corey, he has shown some of that now? He just got a chance to tee up to give his coach a bone, and he couldn't do it. $55 million, bro. He's going to be your head coach, whether you like him or not. You got to take that bait. You have to take that bait. He didn't.
And you have to take it for the organization.
Exactly, for the team, for the well-being of the team that you're leading. And he didn't. That is essentially my way or the highway. I'm not saying he's been that way his whole career. Sills asked me if he's changed. I think he's shown some signs of changing. Yes.
More of a malcontent?
No, I don't want to go there. I mean, I
maybe that's too strong a word. How about this? Maybe questioning more moves.
Yeah, it's one of those things.
Coordinators, the new offenses, all of that. Because I'll tell you one thing that I hate that he does or doesn't do. He does.
Boy, Jalen's mad about that, bro. I mean,
what?
That is sad.
One thing I can't
imagine being Bryce Young.
What's that?
Imagine being Bryce Young.
Oh my God, terrible.
Imagine being even Trevor Lawrence, get drafted to Jalen Hurts was delivered one of the amazing roster. And every single year he's been a starter. So if he's that upset with the organization that he's letting it show in press conferences, that's ridiculous. They're giving you all-star cast. They traded for your best friend. Made him the highest paid wide receiver in the NFL. Come on, man. Like, I don't think that's true, though. I really don't.
Hurts dislike Nick because he made Brian look bad.
Well, Brian was bad. Brian didn't help himself either. Brian didn't. One thing, Jason.
Doesn't Jalen make him look bad too?
Jalen made him look terrible.
Right.
Especially with the whole Seattle fiasco where you changed the play call. Nobody knew about it. Yeah. Sirianni falls on the sword for you guys, and then you don't take any accountability. Meanwhile, AJ did take accountability. Like that proves the point even more. So
you think everything right now is all good, everybody? We're 38 days.
I'm not saying that. I think Nick Sirianni is less qualified to be in this position than Jalen Hurts is to be the quarterback of the team. But to me, what's happened in the last couple of weeks is more of a reflection on Jalen Hurts than it is on the head coach. That's what I'm saying.
So you think it does put a spotlight on some of the things that the players like Brandon and Fletcher were saying about the leadership qualities of the player down the stretch this last year, and it's carried over now into the way his mannerisms have been so far this offseason. Yeah, guess what? That's actually a reflection of what happened, and it's still here.
Yeah, and it also is, you are right, though. Maybe it was a shot at the organization. I can disagree and say Jalen shouldn't feel that way, but maybe it was a subtle shot of like,
why kept Nick.
Yeah, I don't know.
He just didn't help.
Whenever I come on here with you, you make me think worse things than I did previously. But you bring up good points. I mean, I'm not saying that you're bringing up good points. It is a problem. It probably is a problem.
Here's what I'm saying. It's like what you said is it's the whole thing. You had a chance. And to me, I really think this thing comes down to him not wanting to play ball. You know how Doug didn't want to play ball? When, he didn't want to play ball with the front office. Doesn't it come off that Jalen doesn't want to play ball? And by the way, Sills makes up gossip. This isn't my reporting. These are not my stories. These are not my stories. Jeff McClain reported on the Discord between the front office being upset with the comments. Howard Eskin was the guy that said that the comments about 95% offense is not true. It's more 20 to 19%. Those are not me. Those are people that are affected and around the team. My problem is that he had a T-ball all lined up to lie, play ball. Nick lies. He wouldn't do it. He just said, I don't know what his role is. And, I don't know. You'll have to ask him.
Yeah.
What kind of shit is that?
You
could have just right and went, man, he's really, he's been an influence in the locker room. The place looks cooler. We're more in a focus. The details. He refuses to go down that road.
Yo, look at this comment, Dan. I don't want to go here yet, but this is a good point by our man Jameson. Jalen has more TO qualities than AJ Sills.
But they're subtle.
They're subtle. He's quiet. He's
Instead
not an
of loud.
outspoken man. He's always been quiet and stoic. And it served him well at min moments, right? It served him well at times. But different times call for different measures. Different times call for you to be a different man, a different leader, a different quarterback, a different player, a different spokesperson for the organization.
Shouldn't Jalen have started screaming at 1-7? Somewhere in there? What are we doing? Like,
yeah, he wasn't. He was sulking on the sidelines. And for anybody that wants to get mad at me for criticizing your boy Jalen Hurts, who I like too, I'm a fan of the team. I grew up a fan of the team. You can get mad at me all you want. I don't give a shit. Go rewatch the Bucs game. He sulked on the sideline, sat like this while his whole team was on the bench, and didn't say a word to anybody. It wasn't a good look. It was a terrible look. And they put up 9 points in the playoff game. Remember, everybody cries about our defense last year. Everybody cries about our defense, how bad our defense was. We put up 9 points versus the Bucs in the playoffs. 9.
John said something else. Last thing here. John said something else. He goes like this. By the way, Gary Cobb 4:30 and Angelo Cataldi at 5:30. He goes, you know what's funny? The offensive run game, I think you said this, O-line and Barkley. Well, the run game's not installed yet. That's going to come in July. AJ looked good. Tight ends look good. Devontae looked good. The only guy that didn't look good was the quarterback. Does that not personify 2023? Everybody was good except the quarterback.
Yeah, and that's I do think there was a part of it. Maybe Jalen was a little defensive going into that press conference because he knew there was a lot of talk about the offense. And by the way, I think when you zoom out too, you feel the same way. I don't really care that you sucked in helmets and shorts that much.
No.
But when you get defensive about it now, and then you're you're throwing other people under the bus and you're saying 95% new. Meanwhile, there's other reports out there that wasn't. Now you're making me question. It's like the Hassan Reddick deal. First, I'm like, who cares? Howie wanted to move on, didn't want to pay him the money. Then Howie gets defensive at the press conference, and I'm like, oh, wait, maybe you did make a shitty move, and you're trying to cover that up, right? So I think that's a fair point.
T.O. Hurts.
J.O. J.O. Jalen. Oh, no.
Oh, my God. T.O. Hurts. Holy.
Remember, though, Dan, I know you're tough on A.J. Brown. He actually is the one. If you go back and look at that timeline, he is the one dude who did take accountability publicly to the media. After the layoff, everybody's beating him up about the 2 weeks off. He's the one who said it. Jalen Hurts shied away from that all day long. Nick Sirianni took accountability. A.J. Brown took accountability. The quarterback was nowhere to be found. He was giving you Instagram captions in his response, which I don't care for.
I think the player's good. I
know, but I'm also saying you on the other stuff. I think you're wrong on the other stuff too. I don't think A.J. Brown is what you've made him out to be. I think Jameson has a point. I think
a diva?
I think Jalen has more diva tendencies that we're starting to see now after he got that contract.
You think this is why he lost his job in Alabama?
No. I think that's completely different. I really do. I think Jalen was a consummate professional at that time in his career. I still think he is, by the way. Some of the stuff he's done has definitely been eyebrow raising.
You know what? If I'm getting $250 million, I'm going to be defensive too. And I'm going to also not show any kind of weakness.
If I get $250 million, I will ride for my team. I will say I will defend my coach.
Would you?
Yes.
If you thought personally that guy was sending you into a rabbit hole or down into a gutter and you're making $250 million, you said something last week to me. You went like this. Sills, you don't think Jalen can make $50 million somewhere else? I go, I do think he can make $50 million.
Publicly or privately, though? You're talking about publicly to the media. You're not talking about inside the walls of the locker room where it's a brotherhood and there's a team and you're the leader of them. That's a different conversation. I'm talking about when you're standing up there and NJ.com or the Delaware News Journal ask you a question to show up for your head coach. If I'm making $50 million, you're damn right I'm doing it. If they decided to keep the guy, whether I liked him or not, I would do it. That would be my perspective.
So you think that was a $50 million mistake when he didn't hit that T-ball?
Well, no, because that money's still hitting his account, isn't it?
Yeah, but part of the reason that you're paid that is because you need to be that too. That's defining of the job. It's not just being good when you feel like being good. You have to be sometimes say shit and do shit that you don't want to do. Like you're saying. Yeah. He refuses to go down that line.
By the way,
that's total job description.
That's true for anybody, and no matter what you
have you ever heard Mahomes or Brady or any of these quarterbacks that are making this money talk shit on their organization? Even after Josh Allen had Ken Dorsey fired, what did he say? Hey, this is my fault. I got the coach fired. I wasn't playing well. This is totally on me. I've never heard him say that. I've never heard him come to a defense of anybody.
No, he
but
doesn't.
Jalen Hurts. Well, it's a new offense. I wish I had new coordinators. I wish I had the same coordinator and continuity in the building. Holy cow. Cry me a river, kid. Jesus Christ.
You saw the report, obviously. It was what you talked about the whole first hour. What do you make of what the front office might be thinking right now?
They're disappointed that he's not. I don't want to use the word lying.
What does disappointed mean, though?
Okay.
Are they wondering right now if the same questions you just asked me?
Yes. Yes. But what they're also doing is this. Is he doing it to be a subversive? Like, is he doing it like Doug fighting them? Like Doug started fighting them? Because I'll tell you one thing that organization doesn't like. They don't like insubordination towards anything, towards what their game plan is. They'll get rid of Wentz, Doug Peterson, Andy Reid, Hassan Reddick. It doesn't matter who it is. They will jettison your ass. And get this, there is a laundry list of graveyard people that they have done that to in the last 5-6 years since the Super Bowl.
Yeah, here's the problem, though. You can't move on. You can't move on from
Jalen. 29.
I think it's earlier than that, but his dead cap hit for 24 is 120. After the season, it's 107 million. Now, 26, it drops to 52, which I guess is possible. I'm not saying they're going to go that route. I'm just saying they're not going to move on from this guy. So they're going to have to manage these tendencies the best they can.
This guy's
the chat is going nuts.
I'm starting to think
they're not happy with us, Dan.
What's that?
The chat is not happy with us.
All I'm saying to you is that I think that T.O. Hurts is I think he's a little sensitive here, man.
Hurts.
Holy
if you pick up T.O. Hurts, you got to drop A.J.
I think so.
You got to go one or the other. You can't.
No, I think I'm going to leave A.J. Owens alone. And I think I'm going to go and leave A.J. Brown because at least he's good. At least he's good.
A.J. Brown has delivered for this football team.
He has. He has.
I mean, you can argue about guys paying wide receivers and all that, and I get it, but
200 catches.
Yeah, the guys played.
Come on. I mean, by the way, it's probably been the greatest 2 years of receiving in Eagle history. Whew. Come on, Jalen.
Our man Flexen just got back in the chat. Flexen, don't be blaming us. Blame Jameson, who brought up that Jalen Hurts might have more TO tendencies.
T.O. Hurts. T.O. Hurts.
And if Flexen heard the segment, I actually think Flexen would agree with us. He's tough on this team, just like you are, Big Sills. I think Flexen would be like, wait, you guys are making some good points. Jalen Hurts might be a little bit of a TO too. Just a quiet one, like you said. He's a stoic TO, right? He's not the loud TO. He's not the boisterous TO. He's the quiet, stoic, the silent assassin, we could call him. The silent assassin.
Wishbone Hurts. I still dig that too, though, a little bit. All right. So you're all ready to rock and roll going into July 25th training camp, and everything is kumbaya, and the Eagles are ready to rock and roll, and everybody's all on the same.
It don't matter what I think. They better be ready to rock and roll. It sounds like the Eagles inside their organization have far more problems than me and you do sitting here talking about them.
Well, when you meddle and everything, this is what happens to you.
You don't need me to be ready for July 25th. But Jalen Hurts sounds like he needs to have a conversation with that head coach.
The Eagles better be ready for Sills because it's going to get ugly.
Sills is going to be unhinged all year, and everybody's going to be going absolutely crazy about it. And I'm going to be.
I have been vindicated by a lot of people this offseason about how I look at that organization.
There's another good comment from Ben.
You think he's upset about being made to walk back his comments? Do you mean the Jet thing? Probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
Remember when he came out and took it back right away? Remember, they can't do that right now. Jalen's not speaking again. That's why they're pissed at him. And Jay, appreciate you, brother. You've been here for a while. We appreciate the super chat, man. That's awesome of you.
He's not here? Oh, come on, T.O.
Yeah, everyone's saying I sold out. They're saying I sold out. What do you want me to, you guys want me to lie? You guys want me to say I'm loving what I'm hearing from Jalen Hurts?
T.O. Hurts.
Listen, it is June. I started the segment with that. We're talking about June headlines here. But Jalen Hurts said it. I didn't say it. Don't get mad at me because my opinion doesn't align with yours.
These guys all cry and moan, just like the quarterback that you have in Philly. Cry, bitching. Hey, wrong thing you can do in Philly is moan and cry. Ask Ben Simmons. Hey, dude, tell me how many likes we have here.
Who knows, boy? These people are pissed at
us. They're so
109. We're up to 109.
109, guys. Got to get that number up probably a little bit higher, but we're going to 200. Thank you guys so much. Sills Jr. is crazy. Sills Jr., that's how you're looking at Xander? No. You should hear him in the morning with John.
They're calling me Sills Jr. I love it. I love it.
I heard John for the first time go like this. You think I'm waving my pom-poms? I don't have pom-poms.
I want everybody in the chat to practice hearing different opinions. It's okay, everybody. We're talking about football. I promise you it will be okay. You will live. Dan's opinions on the Eagles, my opinions on the Eagles will not change what they do this year. So
absolutely. What do you think we're trying to do? Be like, try to qualify here for the Olympics and, whatever.
Perez is pissed. Perez says, fuck your likes. All right, Perez. Just like the show, man. Come on. It's the least you can do. This entertainment is free right here.
Hey, I appreciate you very much, Xander. You're absolutely killing it on that show. Don't forget, folks, Birds 365. Also, too, Farzi kicks off our broadcast, and we're going to have such a great year this year. Hopefully, the Eagles have a better year than what we're going to have because I got a good feeling that, you know what? I think some of the things you hear on the only network in Philadelphia that tells you the truth, I think this is going to be the only place. What'd you have here? Xander has been flipped. He's been flipped to the dark side. Darth Vader Sills.
Listen, I'm an Eagles fan, but there's a lot of stuff that Dan says that is actually true about being greatness in our organization. And a lot of you could take some of that. I'm not trying to, just because you don't agree with it, take it, use it, agree with it or don't, and move on. But Dan is preaching from an outsider's perspective on being a great football team. We have won Super Bowl in 57 years. Guys, we're not that great, okay? We're not that great. There are things we can do better. When someone tells you it, don't cry about it. It's not our fault we're telling you it.
You're not the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah, but we're also not the New England Patriots or the Dallas Cowboys or the Washington Commanders or the New York Giants, who all have more Super Bowls than the Philadelphia Eagles.
And the Rams.
So I think we should push for more. I think we should want to be a better football team. And we should question everything. We should force them to make the right decisions. I don't think that's a problem.
Just wait till old Angie gets on at 5:32, boy. That's going to, oh, man, he going to chomp that thing up. Hey, you're going to think you're eating a Cobb salad at 5:30. Xander, great stuff. We'll catch you tomorrow morning. Birds 365, folks. We really appreciate it. Keep it here, National Football Show.
See everybody. Maybe you'll like me more tomorrow. We will see.
If you missed any of today's show on the JAKIB Media channel, listen to the podcast on your way home. Available on YouTube, Apple, and Spotify.
field of life, First Trust Bank is there for you.
Champions on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Because Philadelphia dreams deserve a Philadelphia bank.
Heading down the shore. Have a ball once more.
Here, imaginations run wild and time stands still. Because here, you can find the best of the Jersey Shore, all on one 5-mile island. So leave the old you behind and get lost in the woods.
Wild, wild, wildwood day.
Plan your stay in the Wildwoods today.
The greatest fans on earth. It's a bold statement, but would you expect anything less from Philadelphia? 58 years of heartache creates a toughness, a grit, a resolve not found in most. Sure, our prayers were answered, but now that we've had a taste, we're looking for more. Pondley Hockey, official partner of the Philadelphia Eagles.
EAGLES, Eagles.
Big Sales National Football Show. How about this comment? By the way, please hit the like button. Gary Cobb, Fox 29, former Eagle himself, will play with us here. Some football conversation. That'll be at the bottom of the hour. And Angelo Cataldi will join us at 5:30 Eastern time. Isn't it really great to hear Justin Herbert make these comments? It's an honor to be coached by Jim Harbaugh. Xander will never get a key card to NovaCare. Sills is Lord Vader. Isn't it great to hear a quarterback like Justin Herbert say this? Let me get the exact quote. It's an absolute honor and privilege to be coached by Jim Harbaugh. I'll tell you this. The drama that's coming out of NovaCare. So this is what you've had in the last 4 days. By the way, this isn't my reporting. This is Jeff McClain. This is Reuben Frank. These are people like Howard Eskin who worked for the organization that came out and said, well, we're a little perturbed by Jalen's comments. Perturbed. As Gary knows, we're going to bring him on here in a second. I want to set this up for him. He knows if that comes out publicly, the Eagles wanted that out. That's how they operate. Then on the other hand, 95% new, Jalen said the offense was. Howard Eskin came out and said this. No, it's 20%. So who's lying? Let's bring in Gary Cobb. Tell you what, Gary, I mean, I'm going to flat out ask you here. It just seems to me that quarterback and that head coach not only are not on the same page, but they don't see eye to eye. And now the organization is even falling on the side of Nick going, you're not helping us here. I mean, your takeaway with the organization now being reported by Jeff McClain is a little aggravated with the personal relationship that it looks like the quarterback and the head coach has.
Well, I think definitely it's something that you don't have time for that. Come on, you know, come on. And really, Nick is not really running the offense anymore, you know. But with regards to relationship, I didn't really think that Jalen really wanted anything to happen, and I think that maybe he just was, he didn't think about it prior to the interview and stuff, because you don't want to start anything really, whether it's with the coach, whatever. You go talk to people, but you don't want it all public if you're having something with somebody. So I don't know. I can't say that I really know the situation, but, whatever. They need to get into a room, sit down, talk, and whatever. Work it out. I mean, don't need to be doing it through the media. Come on.
Gary, then why would the Eagles make a point of it? Because you're right. You and I know this. If an organization wants a story to die, they'll just not comment on it. They'll just let it die in the ether out there. But they went out of their way to go to a reporter, a beat reporter, as a matter of fact, who covers the team, and to make it known that, hey, there's people, and you know who the two people are. It's Jalen, it's Howie and the owner that weren't very happy with the public perception, because you know this. That's an organization that is so cognizant and so protective of their image. And to me, it's like they just went out of their way. And do you think it's a bigger problem? It is June 17th. Do you think this has to be resolved before they show up the 25th of July?
Yeah, they need to sit down and talk. I mean, and and really, you don't need this out. I mean, they need to be they need to sit down and talk about it. I mean, if there's some kind of issue where people aren't seeing eye to eye, especially you talk about the coach and the quarterback, they need to sit down and talk and work it out. They don't have time for nonsense, especially right now. People look at this team and look at what I know. When I look at it, what I expect them to do is, they got a chance to have a special season. So, they don't need to let any nonsense get in the way of it. And, this sounds like nonsense to me. I mean, whatever, work it out, close the door, sit down, iron the stuff out. But regardless, even if you're having an issue, what do you want to start a big controversy? You got to win football games. Nonsense about you guys getting along and all that, man, you don't have time for it. Doggone it. You're putting in a new offense. It's got to be focused on that and everything. And I don't know. I don't know whether there's something going on or not. I don't know how much it is, how serious it is. I don't know. But I do know this. They don't have no time for no nonsense. Yeah. I tell you, if one of the leaders on the team, the guys, man, they come in there and say, man, look, you guys come in here and let's get this stuff worked out right now. We don't have time for this nonsense, because if we don't get it done, they're gonna be running all of us out of here.
That's how that stuff works there. Gary, let me ask you this one here. Marcus Hayes and a bunch of other people now reporting that one of the issues that Reddick, and I'm not even talking about contract or anything, that the issue with Reddick and the organization was with Reddick and Sirianni. The sideline confrontation, the conversations that he used to have with media people, it was more that they wanted to get Reddick out of the building. And Marcus Hayes is reporting on this as well, that they wanted him out of the building because there was a conversation in Nick's office that got a little heated, and both the player and the coach did not see eye to eye. And that was also part of the reason that he was jettisoned in that type of constructed deal that they put, or they're not getting anything back in return for another 2 years. So, I mean, that just tells you, again, why are they so protective of Nick Sirianni?
Well, he is the head coach, and I could see where they wouldn't want to be. Guy goes to a Super Bowl, you're not going to blow him out of there the next year. That's the way I think they look at that, especially, when you had, at a time during the season, you had a 10-1 record. So I could see them being protective of him. But like I said, you don't have time for nonsense.
Too much drama, Gary.
Way too much. I mean, come on. Something that's talking about making the team better. That's what is going to be the focus. I don't care about how you wear your hair, what kind of clothes you wear. I don't care. We got to be finding a way to make we gotta win this thing. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about winning because we're one of the teams. Let's say there's 4 or 5 teams in the league with the talent to win the whole thing. They start the season with the talent to win the whole thing. That's got to be the focus. I don't care, any nonsense about other stuff, Now I know with regards to, how much you can pay people and stuff like that, of course. But really do not have time for the nonsense. This sounds like nonsense to me, really.
Yeah, no, it's just way too much drama here. I want to ask you this question. Just way too much. I hear you, man. Let me throw this at you here. You think that contract, you brought this up along with Boomer Esiason about the money. Since they signed him, you think Jalen's different?
Well, I definitely think I think he's feeling the weight on his back, and I think that, people can say, oh, the money, no, it's no change. It is, you got more responsibility, you get a contract like that. And I think, he's got to mentally, though, not let it get on him where it's a weight on him. And I think that he can, psychologically, get into a thing where it makes him, where he's putting too much pressure on himself. See, so you got to be able to be relaxed as a player. You play better when you're relaxed, when you're not just stressing about everything. And maybe that's something that Jalen needs to watch it about that, because you can get where you're too serious, and you're not playing loose, and you're not flowing with the fellas and everything and having a good time. You got to have a good time with the scene. That's the thing with the football. You play better when you're in the right psychological type of state, and you can get where you're too much of a worry ward, whatever you want to call it, worrying about it. Look, we're going to be sharp. We're going to make sure to be on top of everything, but we're coming out confident. Hey, we're winning this thing. And you come out with that confidence and some bravado, and you need to be having a good time. So, you can't take it where you get too serious, because psychologically, you don't play your best when you're like that. You need to be confident, where you talk a little smack to the other team during the game, because you're having a good time. And I could see with Jalen where he gets very serious about it. And sometimes I think you can take that too far, where you get too serious and you're not having a good time.
Gary, when you look at both these men, like you said, and I agree with you, I think it's just a lot of noise, and it is June 17th. People need shit to talk about, so I get it. But also this, there's no question last year was a regress year for some players on that team. Who do you think has regressed more since they got here? Jalen Hurts or Nick Sirianni? Or neither?
That's a tough one to say, but I can't say that like with Nick, of course.
Because I don't look at Nick the same as I did 2 years ago that I do right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure I look at Jalen the same way.
I think they're in very much of a comparable situation. There's a lot is expected of them. They both have got to deliver a lot because of the talent on this team this year. And I think that they both, you got to be having a good time with them, man. There's always a balance in things, and if a lot of it is expected of you, you definitely feel the pressure and everything, but at the same time, you got to have a good time. It's a sport. It's a game, it is competition, and it's serious because people's jobs are on the line and all that. But man, you got to have a good time, and I don't know about that. That's the kind of thing where I think Jalen needs to watch that. Well, you need to have a good time, man. And other guys need to have a good time. You play confidently and everything, so there's a flow. The same thing with Nick, you come out and he's talking about all of these where he comes out and he's mentioned these different points of what they want to do to accomplish, to win and everything. But the boys, you got to have a good time too. That goes along with sports, where the guys are having a good time together and everything. So you can't forget that. And I think maybe maybe both of them have gone a little bit too far, that way, where it's too serious. Yeah, it is serious and everything, but we're going to play our best when we come out. We're confident, and we're having a good time with this thing. We love practicing together because we're competing with each other and everything, and we're doing all that, but we're having a good time at the same time. I think that goes along with it. So you can't go too far where you get so hardcore with the work part of it, to where you get too serious.
Last question for you here. I think a lot of this had a lot to do with some of the meltdown last year late in the season. Do you think what you're hearing right now, does that kind of go in line with what happened in the locker room last year with people not being connected and the quarterback being not connected? Do you think that these issues right now, again, on June 17th, do you think they play a factor this season, especially if that football team starts out 2-2?
It's gonna play a factor. I mean, I think they're gonna have a good year. But the way that you flow together with each other and everything, it's part of football. It's a big part of football, and with the different personalities and everything. I think they're going to be able to work through this and everything, but it definitely is going to play into it because really exactly what exactly happened last year. But there was a lot of frustration. Guys weren't having a good time, and I think you got to have good communication between the coaches and the players, talking about the plays, talking about they'll be talking about the defense and the offense and everything. Guys got to be able to communicate and everything at the same time. You got to have, you got to be able to enjoy the atmosphere up there and everything. So all of that did play into it last year. Obviously, like I said, I can't say that I know exactly what was going on with all that, but they were not flowing together.
Absolutely not. And let's see if this thing carries over, or again, maybe it galvanizes them, Gary, and brings them together.
Maybe
if you want to look at it,
what,
it can't just be all gloom and doom. Maybe this is stuff that brings them all together, and they become even more solidified as a team. We've seen that before, you and I.
That's right.
Adversity brings guys together.
Well, it better go that way and not the other, because I tell you what, hey, a bad season doesn't play well here.
For a lot of people.
You better believe it. That does not play well, man. Do not stink up the joint. Because I'm telling you, boy.
Gary, appreciate it, my friend. Thank you.
Hey, have a great one.
You got it. Gary Cobb, Fox 29. We sit here and sometimes we say that. We go like this. Hey, gloom and doom. Maybe it galvanizes them. Hey, we got to get together here. Hey, isn't this not the best time to find a leader? This is a moment for Hurts and the organization. Instead of saying something publicly, didn't Jeffrey Lurie say, I want Jalen to be more Jalen? Now they're criticizing him for Jalen being Jalen. Jeffrey, I'm a little confused. Remember what he said when he got off his yacht and he was talking about Hurts and he was talking about Nick Sirianni? Remember what he said? I want Hurts to be more Jalen Hurts. Okay, well, maybe Jalen Hurts was just being more Jalen Hurts and being honest. And he was being as transparent as he can. The organization doesn't like that? Well, hey, be careful what you wish for. Because the owner said it. So now is the owner telling him not to be truthful? Remember, the owner wanted him out of Jeffrey Lurie's own mouth for Jalen to be more Jalen. Be more true to yourself. Okay? He was thinking about being more outgoing. What quarterback that's a superstar quarterback is outgoing? Like Mahomes? Mahomes is outgoing. He is. I think he has fun at concerts with his old lady. He looks like he does. How about he an effing leader making $51 million a year? That's when it comes right down to brass taxes. Hey, dog, you're cutting up all these excuses ramps for this guy. Yeah, but Yale goes like this. Hurts is a quiet dude. Yeah, but Yale, is that part of the job description as the starting quarterback in the National Football League? Is being a guy who doesn't say anything? Jack says more accessibility. Okay, I'm in there with you. Angelo Cataldi is going to be with us at 5:30. Also at the top of the hour, we are going to look at Week 12 for the Eagle opponent, and that is the Los Angeles Rams. We're not going to go into a big breakdown, but we're going to take a look at the Rams and the Rams organization. I got to say this to you, too, about St. Louis. I'm going to say it one more time. National Football League needs to get a team in St. Louis. That's a great football city. And it's a damn shame that they hijacked the Rams out of there and moved them back to Los Angeles. Not that that shouldn't be in LA in the first place, but they need to do exactly what they did to Houston. You know what that is? Get an expansion team in St. Louis like you did in Houston by putting an expansion team in Houston. That's a great. It is a great hockey city too, St. Louis. It's a great sports town. And they really did a nice job at supporting that UFL. It's a great sports city. Xander, where are we in the likes, my friend? See where we are. We're trying to get to 200, guys. Maniac, thank you, my friend. I appreciate it here. 135, little behind, guys. Little behind. We're trying to get to 200. You guys, Stan Musial, all those guys. Bob Gibson, absolutely. Hurts needs to be picking up his teammates when shit goes wrong, even if it's his fault. True. Sam, dead on. Absolutely dead on. Angelo Cataldi, 5:30. We will hit on the Los Angeles Rams at the top of the hour. Ton of stuff to hit on. Tell you what, man. The Eagles give you a lot of I would say of all the teams, besides the Jets, the Eagles have been one of the most interesting teams so far this offseason. It's been great for my show. It's been great content. Hit the like button. Keep it here, National Football Show.
If you missed any of today's show on the JAKIB Media channel, listen to the podcast on your way home. Available on YouTube, Apple, and Spotify.
Field of life, First Trust Bank is there for you.
Champions on three. 1, 2, 3.
Because Philadelphia dreams deserve a Philadelphia bank.
Heading down the shore. Have a ball once more.
Here, imaginations run wild and time stands still. Because here, you can find the best of the Jersey Shore, all on one 5-mile island. So leave the old you behind and get lost in the woods.
Wild, wild, wild day.
Plan your stay in the Wild
the greatest fans on earth. It's a bold statement, but would you expect anything less from Philadelphia? 58 years of heartache creates a toughness, a grit, a resolve not found in most. Sure, our prayers were answered, but now that we've had a taste, we're looking for more. Pondley Hockey, official partner of the Philadelphia Eagles.
EAGLES, Eagles.
Big Sales National Football Show. We got an update here on Hassan Reddick, according to Boomer Esiason. Looks like the edge rusher and his agent were not truthful when the Jets made a trade and they had a conversation on if he'd like to join the Jets with Joe Douglas. There was a conversation with his agent and with Joe Douglas that no matter what went down, he was going to attend all-season minicamp, and he was going to attend all practices. So he reneged on that. And Boomer's as close as you could possibly be to the New York Jets. Reddick's a headache in New York right now. Hassan Reddick is a headache. Did Howie get ahead of this? Would he have listen, if he's being a headache in New York, he would have done the same thing. He was not. Prince or Senor, one of you guys said, Sills, he's gonna hold out. One of you guys said that. Reddick probably said, no matter what, if I get a contract, I'll show. Well, somebody said that, and there's no question right now, he would not have shown up to training camp with the Eagles or mini camp, and he would have held out. I'm convinced of it too now. Why? Why would he do it in New York and not do it in Philly? Especially if they gave Huff the money, he would have held out. So get this, you are never going to get Reddick to play in the Philadelphia Eagle jersey without getting in excess of $25 million. And he didn't want to pay that. And I've made the point to you about Reddick numerous times. I'm not paying Hassan Reddick that money. He is not Boza. You know, I saw Ross Tucker make the comment, he shouldn't play for the money he's making. He doesn't do the things that Nick Boza does. Nick Boza sets the edge. Nick Boza is a great end. Nick Boza is Defensive Player of the Year. Hassan Reddick is a great pass rusher on a great defense. Boza is a great player on a shitty defense. He's not on a shitty one, but he would be. There is a reason 3 teams have moved from him. And he has been as productive as any edge rusher I have ever seen. What's the problem? Well, he doesn't do the Micah Parsons is a superior player to Reddick. Why? He can cover. Okay. He can pass rush. At times, he's not awful against the run. He's better than Reddick. When Reddick is on a good defense, he's electric. When he's on not such a great defense that can't stop the run, he's useless. He's useless. That's why no one's paying him. Hey, by the way, let's do this. If Pittsburgh had this problem, how many people do you think would trade or want to trade for TJ Watt right now? How many teams, if the Pittsburgh Steelers put TJ Watt up on the open market, how many people do you think would make a play for him? 25? 30? How many teams would make a move to try to get TJ Watt if he was available to put on your defense? nobody has come to the Eagles or nobody came to the Jets offering a contract in excess of $20 million. What's the market? What's the market? I would pay TJ? Yeah, I'm paying TJ Watt is a Hall of Famer. Hassan Reddick is not. He's a really good player. By the way, when you had 70 sacks and you had guys who were pretty fair against the run, he was number one in third down sacks. He was number one in tackles for losses. Counting the playoffs, this guy had 20-plus sacks. It was a force. A force. And if he's so important, why hasn't Jonathan Gannon and the Arizona Cardinals contacted the Eagles, now contacted the Jets to make a move? Edge rushers, cornerbacks, receivers, non-quarterback positions, offensive linemen, left tackles, centers are all premium players and premium positions. How come he's not a premium player that people covet? People don't see him as an elite football player. They just don't. Cowboys' Micah Parsons joins Hall of Fame Reggie White as the only players with 12-plus sacks in the first 3 seasons, and Micah didn't play DE in college. Pretty great. Pretty great that he wasn't utilized like that with Manny Diaz in Happy Valley. They kind of stumbled on him. Dan Quinn kind of stumbled on him when you guys had injury at the edges. When they put his hand down in the dirt, all of a sudden he became a pass rusher. Myles Garrett's better. Myles Garrett's a Hall of Famer. Myles Garrett's a phenomenal football player. Okay? My Cowboys drafted a taco over TJ. Hey, not many people saw what he was going to turn out to be. I think he was at Wisconsin Ultra Cowboy. And a lot of people didn't see that. The Steelers are just such great talent evaluators. They're great drafters. They always have been. Since 1969, I don't believe that there is an organization that can match the Steelers and how they draft Hall of Famers, develop players. The wide receiver position is so insane how they find guys that with John Stallworths of the world, the Hines Wards, the Pickens in the second round, Antonio Brown. I mean, it's really ridiculous how great Mike Williams, all them dudes, man. Steelers just find great wide receivers. They're just a great organization. And the player development has been intact there for like 7 decades. Forrest goes, the Steelers love going 9-8. No, you mean the Steelers love being the fact that they're the most winningest Super Bowl football team in the history of the sport. They got just as many, I believe, as New England, 6. So, I mean, they quadruple you. They have 6 Super Bowl championships. And arguably the greatest run in Super Bowl history. 4 titles in 6 years. I mean, and some of those teams were so good. Even the teams that didn't win were insane great. Just insane great. Maybe Joe Douglas would take Hurts after his season. Jalen Hurts. It's going to be a big season how people look at him after this year for sure. Lynn Swann, I think, was a first-rounder Ultra Cowboy. If I'm not mistaken, I think he's one of the very only first-round draft choices that they took at the wideout position out of Southern Cal. Yeah. Hey, think about this Ultra Cowboy. Think about what they did in Pittsburgh. And Chuck Noll did this. Chuck Noll drafted Hall of Famer and John Stallworth, Hall of Famer and Lynn Swann, Hall of Famer and Mike Webster, Hall of Famer and Franco Harris, and Hall of Famer and Terry Bradshaw. They were all drafted by the Steelers. Those guys were all drafted. Joe Green drafted, Hall of Famer. Jack Ham, drafted, Hall of Famer. Lambert, drafted, Hall of Famer. Mel Blount, drafted, Hall of Famer. I mean, it just goes all over the organization. All the guys that they drafted were Hall of Fame football players. Pre-Cap era, I'm not talking about Cap. You're talking about keeping them together. I'm talking about drafting and evaluating. And a lot of those guys weren't first rounders. I mean, pre-Cap, you're right. They couldn't keep them together, but they sure knew who they were drafting. They sure knew they weren't drafting Jalen Hurts. Can promise you that. If Dak wins a Super Bowl, hey, I want to show you something here about something. Would you guys ever compare Dak Prescott? And I think this goes to your guys' point here a little bit. Would you ever compare Dak Prescott to Patrick Mahomes? Would you? Would you ever compare him to Patrick Mahomes? You wouldn't. Laughable, right? Pretty funny, right? Come on, Sills, right? I want to show you something here. I think I put this on my Twitter page here. Actually, in the last couple of years, got some pretty interesting numbers here. When you're looking at Mahomes. Let's see if I can bring this up here with Mahomes and Dak Prescott here. I couldn't believe what I was reading, actually, when it came to the numbers, that they were pretty compatible with one another. When it came to the amount of touchdown passes, completion percentage, all of that was on the same page with each other here. I thought it was pretty interesting here. I can't seem to find it here, but the numbers were pretty comparable to Dak Prescott and to Patrick Mahomes. Now, obviously, postseason is going to matter. There's no doubt about that. But if you look at the last 3 years, maybe this goes to what you're saying about Kellen Moore, that both these guys, okay, are going to benefit from Kellen Moore. I don't know. I mean, I think it's I was shocked that the numbers were pretty close to being the same with Patrick Mahomes and Dak Prescott the last couple of years here. It's pretty, I mean, right down the board almost on how close they were. Damn, I wish I could bring that up. May have deleted that thing. I'll find it. But he's put up some great numbers. He's put up some really great numbers, man, has Dak the last couple of years. So, all right, we're going to take a look at the Los Angeles Rams. And we will do that here in a second. I thought that I had that number here with Mahomes. I'll find it. Dak is a Hall of Famer. Dak is not a Hall of Famer. That means Kirk Cousins is a Hall of Famer. Dak has put up some great numbers. He has. He's put up some really great numbers, actually. Did Sills ever say if Trevor Lawrence deserves his new contract? If Jalen Hurts does, he does. If Kyler Murray does, he does. Well, I mean, 275, 5-year deal, 142 in guarantees, another 58 in guarantees. This guy's getting $200 million in guaranteed cash. $55 per year, paying him as much as Joe Burrow. Well, does he deserve the contract? If you're going to pay Jalen Hurts off of 1 year, and you're going to pay Kyler Murray, and you're going to pay Daniel Jones, the money's no longer the issue, because none of these guys have done anything exceptional and got the money. And by the way, you keep telling me, once again, one guy got to a Super Bowl. Again, when we're talking about a metric of what kind of player you are, I'm not talking about, you don't get paid on wins. You get paid on numbers in the NFL. You are. You're not paid on wins. You're not. You're paid on what you do in the air. Look at Kirk Cousins. I mean, Dak Prescott's going to get $60 million. Does he deserve it? No. But if Jalen deserves the rest of these guys, Jags are projecting Lawrence out. You know why? That $55 million after Dak signs that contract is going to be below market value. Here's the next guys that are going to be coming up in the next couple of years. Okay, obviously Dak's coming up. What are you going to pay Mahomes after this year? 70? How much are you going to pay Mahomes at the end of this year? He gets a contract restructure at the end of this year. What are you going to pay him? 70 annually? 60? Probably. Okay, 60. Dak's going to get 60 or 57. Dak will probably get 56, 57, something like that. Mahomes gets 60? Okay, probably so. Deservingly so. Right? Okay. By the way, Xander brought something up, and I think he's right. How many people in here believe that if Devontae Smith has a great year, the Eagles will do the right thing and go back and redo a contract for him that will make his contract more in line with the rest of the receivers in the league? How many people think they'll do that? Okay? How many? How many people believe that? I do, still, says Kyle. I believe they will, says Sue. Okay. At the end of this year, if you're the Eagles with all that cap hit, would you redo Jalen's deal to lower that cap so you can get out of the contract? Would you extend him? Would you restructure? Would you redo the deal? They do it Mahomes all the time. They restructure Mahomes' deal all the time. So they create cap space for players on the team. Do you make it so you can get out from that deal by giving him an extension instead of having that enormous cap hit? Say he's average. You're going to extend him? Or are you going to sit for the next 4 years and die with him? Something to think about. Xander, how many likes do we have, my friend? Trying to get to 200, folks. 4 years, never pay $70 million for Jalen. That's not going to happen. But maybe if you restructure that contract at the end of the year, the Eagles are praying this guy has a decent season, believe me, so they can lower that cap. Got 145 right now. Guys, we need a heck of a lot more here, about 55 more, so that we can get to 200. Angelo Cataldi is going to be at the bottom of the hour. Hit the like button. We're going to look at the Rams here in a second. Angelo will join us at the bottom of the hour. Keep it here, National Football Show.
If you missed any of today's show on the JAKIB Media channel, listen to the podcast on your way home. Available on YouTube, Apple, and Spotify.
good play calling along the way. First and goal at the 6.
On the field of life, First Trust Bank is there for you.
Champions on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Because Philadelphia dreams deserve a Philadelphia bank.
Heading down the shore. Have a ball once more.
Here, imaginations run wild and time stands still. Because here, you can find the best of the Jersey Shore, all on one 5-mile island. So leave the old you behind and get lost in the woods.
Wild, wild, wildwood day.
Plan your stay in the Wildwoods today.
The greatest fans on earth. It's a bold statement, but would you expect anything less from Philadelphia? 58 years of heartache creates a toughness, a grit, a resolve not found in most. Sure, our prayers were answered, but now that we've had a taste, we're looking for more. Pondley Hockey, official partner of the Philadelphia Eagles.
EAGLES, Eagles.
Big Sales National Football Show. We will have Angelo Cataldi at the bottom of the hour. Please hit the like button. Trying to get to 200. Thank you very much. I want to show you something here. The last 50 starts between Patrick Mahomes and Dak Prescott. Patrick Mahomes is 35-14. Dak is 33-17. Passing touchdowns. 105. Dak Prescott, 105. Interceptions. Patrick Mahomes, 39. Dak Prescott, 38. Passer rating. Patrick Mahomes, 98.9. Dak Prescott, 101.3. Yards attempt. Patrick Mahomes, 7.5 yards a play. Dak Prescott, 7.5 yards. Completion percentage. 66.8% for Mahomes. 68.4% for Dak Prescott. So in the last 50 starts, the Dallas Cowboys, at least in the regular season, are getting Patrick Mahomes football. He's playing like Mahomes. Is he playing like Mahomes in the most critical situations? I think that comes down to Andy Reid, too. Last 50 starts. Some of that's Kellen Moore, too, you know. You take that away from it. Look at Jalen. Dak's a better quarterback than Mahomes. No one's saying that. I think you got to put things into context. Then again, who's outplaying Mahomes in the postseason? Nobody. Now, you turn around and you go like this. Yeah, well, Jordan Love outplayed him. I get it. Well, Jalen Hurts got outplayed by Baker Mayfield. I mean, if I'm Dak, at least I'm outplayed by a quarterback who I think has a future in this league. Not a bum. Dak Prescott, not talking about that. Hey, bro, you're 2-3 in the last 3 seasons of playoff football. You're 2-3 in the postseason under Jalen Hurts. And you're 0-3 on the road. Sills, you just said you pay quarterbacks to win Super Bowls. Come on. What do you mean? No. You're paid on stats, not win. No, I never said you're paid to win Super Bowls. You're paid, your annual money is to be paid on your numbers. You don't get paid on Super Bowls. That was the case. Jimmy Garoppolo would have been one of the highest paid guys. He didn't get paid. You're paid on numbers. Hurts did what? He got to a Super Bowl like Jake Delhomme. Phenomenal. Jalen isn't a 40. Hey, I have to tell you this. Outside, hey, Forrest, outside of Lamar Jackson, those are the 2 only quarterbacks I've ever seen being paid $50 million who can't throw for $4,000 and 30. Well, no, he did throw for 36 touchdowns. Lamar led the NFL in touchdown passes. Okay? But Lamar's not getting to a Super Bowl because he can't win from the pocket. He's not. That style is not going to win a Super Bowl. He's going to win a ton of games, just like in Philly. Going to win a Super Bowl? No. Is he going to win an MVP? Yes. Is he going to win a ton of games? Yes. Is he going to win the most important game? No. Emmanuel Acho is right. Jalen Hurts is going to win a ton of games, but he's not going to be a quarterback that's going to win you a Super Bowl. He's right. I disagree with my good friend Xander and everyone else who thinks that. I just don't see it. Sills, he played great in that game. So did Kaepernick play great in the game against Joe Flacco. Him getting back to that game, I want to see it. I do. It's pretty remarkable what Dak's done the last 50 starts. He's given you Patrick Mahomes football. He has. By the way, Angelo thinks the Eagles can win a Super Bowl with him. So he disagrees with me, and so does Xander. I just so you know, we don't get everyone on here. So Angie's going to join us at the bottom of the hour. All right. How many people believe this Rams team in 2023 is going to be a playoff contending football team? This is more of kind of like an overview how I see the Rams. Please hit the like button. Thank you very much. Hey, we'll agree to disagree. I'm awake or you. It's all good. Okay, it's all good. Eagles defense was 23rd. In 2023, they were 26th overall. Not without Aaron Donald. Absolutely, Rams are great. I think the Rams, too, Corey, are really good. Sills, are there any quarterbacks like Joe Burrow entering the draft this coming season? I'll take a look at that for tomorrow, Kyle. I think Shedeur Sanders is overrated. I think the kid, Ewers from Texas, I don't like that guy either. I don't see anything special in him. The kid at Georgia, I don't know. Ohio State's got a kid. I mean, I just don't see exceptional. And I haven't seen exceptional in 2 years now. I don't think Caleb Williams is exceptional. I don't see exceptional. CJ Stroud has shocked the shit out of me. He looks exceptional. I mean, he's everything that an Ohio State quarterback hasn't been. It's been remarkable. Good for him. He broke down the barrier and the narrative about Ohio State quarterbacks stinking. Carson Beck looks like some people think that he could be the top pick overall. Hey, what is that? The Heisman guys. Here, I actually have that list. Bama's got a kid, Jalen Milroe. I don't know. He looks like Jalen Hurts. Cam Ward, Miami, the kid from Houston. I like him. But Quinn Ewers from Texas, did you see special with him last year? And then Carson Beck, Georgia. Here's my takeaway with the Rams before we get our friend Angelo Cataldi on. I really love the Rams organization. Since they relocated from St. Louis to Los Angeles, that front office has settled down and done a nice job. Relocation really had a bumpy ride at first with Jeff Fisher and with some of the mistakes that they made. They didn't even know what they were doing with Jared Goff, and Jared Goff would end up eventually going to a Super Bowl once they put the right coach in place. Jeff Fisher's not a good coach. He was an overhyped, overrated guy, had a couple sporadic years when he was in Tennessee. Other than that, he was a defensive-minded guy that was limited offensively, and he destroyed many quarterbacks in St. Louis and in Tennessee when he was the head coach, and in Los Angeles. They didn't even know what to do with Jared Goff. He looked like an absolute terrible pick with the number 1 overall selection. I mean, he was a healthy, non-active guy on the sidelines chewing ice with a chalkboard in his hand. Jeff Fisher's a terrible head coach. He was a terrible head coach in the spring leagues even. It's terrible. But they righted the ship. Kevin Demoff and Les Snead are some of the best executives that work hand in hand with one another with their head coach. Personally, I like the way they do business more than the Eagles do. I like the way the Rams do business. You know why? Kevin Demoff and Les Snead are not there for themselves and their own pleasure. They're there for Sean McVay. What do you need, coach? What type of player do you want? What kind of assistant coach do you want? What are you looking for in this? Now, everyone's working on the same page. And by the way, Sean McVay believes in analytics. He came from the analytics department in Tampa when he was nurtured through the system there with John Gruden. John Gruden developed him. You understand that, John and Jay Gruden. He's a product of John and Jay Gruden, Sean McVay. And in the process, he's the second youngest coach. He's got a Super Bowl win and 2 NFC championships to boot. And he's turned the Rams back around again after that Super Bowl where they pushed all their chips in. He's a whale of a coach. That's a whale of an organization. And I think Stan Kroenke does a nice job. He gets out of the way, Stan's not in the way. And you want to hear something on how he got that whole thing done, Los Angeles? You will never, ever see a municipality ever built in the state of California with taxpayer money ever again. No professional sports team will ever get a new stadium ever in the state of California. They just raised the gas tax. The infrastructure tax is raised. Earthquake retrofitting. All of that. And then not even addressing the homeless. You're not buying a stadium. You know what he did? He bought the thing himself. He bought the land and he built it himself. There were no tax money. Stan Kroenke built that with Walmart money. Do you know how the 49ers got that deal done in Santa Clara? They got that deal done in Santa Clara with bonds that are a train wreck. And they had to move in the Raider organization's territory. They went from 75 miles to 50 miles so they could put that stadium there because they wanted both the Raiders and the 49ers in Santa Clara. Raiders said, no way, we're going to Vegas. And Vegas gave them the bag of money. Carolyn Goodman, who's been on the program, the mayor of Vegas, said, yeah, we had $575,000, and then we gave him an additional $120. This guy had $180 million. No, this guy had $690 million sitting on a table when he walks in, and the NFL had to pony up the rest to build that stadium next to McCarran Airport. The Rams do it themselves, man. Do you know what? The Chargers, they pay $1 a year in rent. That's a fact. But the concessions don't go to them. The concessions go to the Rams. Give a shit who goes to the stadium. Stan Kroenke built that thing because what? Concerts, Super Bowls, Republican National Convention, Democrat National Convention, probably more so that. WWE, Olympics coming up. That stadium was built for the Olympics and some Rams and Charger games. Done a nice job. I mean, two NFC title championships, like I said, and a Super Bowl title. I think they're a 10.5 win team because of coaching, because of the way they do business. I like the Rams. And personally, I like the 49ers in that division. I think Seattle's going to be okay. I think Arizona's going to be much improved. The NFC West is going to be a pretty competitive division. I actually think the NFC South is probably going to be a little bit more on the uptick too. Atlanta getting Cousins. I think New Orleans will have a better season. I think the Bucks with good coaching there with Todd Bowles. Carolina, I still don't know. You know, if David Tepper can stay out of the way, I think the NFC South could be better. But I do believe the NFC West is going to be a lot more competitive because Arizona is going to be a good football team. Gannon isn't so bad now, is he? No. Coached the pants off of Sirianni. Coached the pants off of Sirianni. He sure did. So I like this Rams team. You know, where do I put them in the NFC? Are they better than the Packers? No. Are they better than Detroit? No. Are they better than Philly? No. Are they better than Minnesota? Yeah. They're not in the Niners league, but they're right down there with the Bucks. They're better than the Bucks, I think. I think they're better than the Bucks. Chicago's going to be better and a much improved football team, I think. I do. The Eagles stepped on their own against that Arizona. Doesn't matter, Slagger. You lost. You got outcoached. That wasn't that hard to outcoach the Eagles last year, late in the year. You make, you know, and I think that's the problem that I have sometimes with folks is the amnesia you have on how poorly coached you were. You have amnesia. You have pretty much the same exact intact offense coming back minus Kelsey. And get this, you lose Kelsey and you add Barkley. I don't think the Barkley sign covers Kelsey's loss. I think Kelsey is a bigger loss than Barkley's a bigger add. So what did you gain? Nothing. Now, I told you last week, I think Jurgens is not going to be awful. I think he's going to be a Pro Bowl player. I do. I think he has the makings, especially being coached by that dude. And in that Rams and Dallas, that's a good one. Rams-Dallas, that's a tough ball game for Dallas. That's a tough ball. It totally is. By the way, Angelo Cataldi said something about 3 months ago. Does Hurts want to be here? You know, before I get Angelo on, I want to put it in chronological order here. And all the things that he's been saying have now started to come to fruition here. And some of the shit that we've been saying. So the organization is so butthurt over Jalen with an innocuous comment of not kissing Nick Sirianni's ass. They're a little bit perturbed. Dude, where do you think Jeff McClain got that from? He just made that up and it was like an epiphany? That thing happened because Bob Lang or someone in that organization got it sent down to him that Howie and the owner didn't like the way the quarterback didn't defend the head coach. Well, maybe the quarterback doesn't like the head coach. Then you had the ultimate mouthpiece, Howard Eskin, on weekends. That would be like Angelo Cataldi doing a weekend. Angelo doesn't do, he's not the opening act. The only reason he does weekends is to hide the fact that he's a mouthpiece and hired by the Eagles. So that it looks, oh, he works for a WIP. No, he doesn't. He works for the Eagles. It clouds it. Oh, he does a weekend show? Howard Eskin does a weekend show. Really? Two things you would never catch. Guys like me and Angelo and a guy, we're not doing weekends. Hey, that ain't happening. The man, the myth, the legend. We bring on Angelo Cataldi right now. Angelo Cataldi doing weekends. I would die to see that.
There's no money on the weekends. Again, it's all about advertising. On the weekends, there's nobody in their car listening to sports radios. There's no money.
And hey, after 6 and on weekends, don't call me.
No, only place I ever worked for free was with Dan.
I'm hoping that's a Paisan thing here.
No,
Angelo.
I just love what you say, man. You're telling it straight.
Angelo, you made a point here, and you know what? Why is it so that the organization and the owner get upset with Hurts? Well, first, I don't want to pollute the question. What was your takeaway from Jalen when asked the question, what's Nick's role? And he goes, I don't know. You'll have to ask him. When you heard that initially, what was your takeaway?
I wanted to stand and give him an ovation. And the fact that the media has reacted this way in our city to a man speaking his truth is an outrage. Do you understand? I wrote about this on my website, angelocatalia.com. If you want to read my full text of what I said. You hold a news conference to give your truth. Now, we know better. Most guys don't tell the truth. One example would be Nick Sirianni, who has never told the truth. I talked to him after every Eagle game for the first 3 years that he was Eagles coach, and he never one time gave a frank and honest answer to a question. He gave you a big word salad, a lot of baloney, right? A lot of bull. Whatever would placate his owners and would please his players. That's all he ever said. Jalen Hurts is honest, and he's getting castigated for it in Philadelphia. Let me tell you what's going on here right now, Danny. First, we had an influx of the cicadas, right? Those bugs. Then we had another influx of stink bugs, right? Now we've got a total epidemic of media pussies, all right? All these guys who are unwilling to do their freaking job, which is to ask a question and get a straight, honest answer. And I saw something, and I'm going to name a name here. That's how frustrated I am. Asking, please. He's an apologist. You've been an apologist for the Eagles for. Why do you think he's working weekends now? Because he's an apologist for the team. All right. But John Stolnis was a regular on my show. You know why he was, Dan? Because he really knew what he was talking about with the Phillies and the Eagles. You could go either way with him. He had it covered. He wrote a piece in bleedinggreennation.com, which is one of the best Eagles websites. Here's how Jalen Hurts should have answered the question so that everyone would be pleased. No, you should be pleased that he gave his honest answer, which is, if you want to read between the lines, I'm not too sure about this coach. No, I'm not. Dan, here's the thing. If you just played the second half of the season in which you got destroyed because your coaches couldn't figure out how to set up a block to prevent them from beating the crap out of you, you're supposed to come on now and go, well, I got to tell you, man, this Nick Sirianni, he's brilliant. What a genius. What an honor it is to play for this guy when 10 times in the playoff game, nobody blocked the blitzer. 10 times. He's supposed to come on now and protect the coach. Bleep that. Thank you, Jalen Hurts, for showing the respect to this city and to those fans to show us some honesty that you're not too sure about the coach, because you shouldn't be.
You know, Angelo, you've been saying this, and it's now being played out. And I said this in the first hour of the program. I go, I don't think Jalen Hurts is lying. I think he's just being transparent. And didn't the owner, once he got off his yacht, say, I want Jalen to be more Jalen?
Yeah.
And I want him. Well, isn't this what we're talking about here? And then they turn around and they're disappointed in it. Why are they protecting the head coach over a $250 million quarterback? Is it really because the owner doesn't want to be looked to me made like a fool, and he's wrong in the hiring or the firing of Doug?
No, yeah, you're right. That this all starts at the ownership level, managing the message. Why is Dan Sileo getting calls from the PR department? Because the fact of the matter is they're trying to manage the message. And Jalen didn't play the game. Actually, you know, the thing is, he kind of did play the game. He just didn't play it hard enough. He didn't lie strongly enough. He kind of supported the coach, but not enough for the people that are out there. Dan, I don't want to get emotional.
They want him to lie. I feel they want him to lie, Angelo. They want him to lie.
No, they do. But understand, you had the Bible in your hand a minute ago, right? You had the Bible, right? In the book, I explained what it meant to me when I got a call from Philadelphia to come to this city, the city with the toughest media, the city that sought out the truth at all costs. That's why I came here. I left Rhode Island. Now, I hated Rhode Island anyway. I would have gone somewhere else. But that's beside the point. This was my number one hope, to come to this city, home of the great Ray Dedinger, of the great Stan Hockman, Mark Wicker. These were guys that suffered no fools. And here we sit in 2024, and the media is upset that the quarterback didn't lie enough about the coach. This is a low. This is a milestone moment here, Dan. This is a low of lows that these pussies that are now covering sports in this city want the quarterback to protect the coach. That's, I can't, I want to throw up. I want to throw up.
I can't believe it's gotten to this level, especially in a town and in a city like Philadelphia that reveres the truth as something, and guys are trying to be transparent here. Let me throw this one at you here too, with Howie. I mean, do you think it's possible on what you said a couple weeks ago, where you go, if you're Jalen Hurts, maybe what you said at that press conference was, when you said, I don't know what his role is, do you like the offense, Jalen? I'll let you know, it's too early yet.
Yep.
Maybe he's telling them, I don't like your bullshit on what's going on and how you're running this thing here. And do you think there was a conversation that he was shocked that Nick was brought back And that's why there's a little bit of an adversarial conversation going back and forth, and he's not supporting the guy.
That's fascinating. You know, I would like to believe since
you broached that a couple months ago when you said, I'm pretty soon it's going to get to a point where this guy's going to go, I've had it.
If you're paying a guy $250 million, right, and he's your franchise quarterback, maybe he should be part of that conversation before you make a decision about bringing the coach back. And if so, see, it's hard for me to believe that Hurts would go out on a limb that far and go, this guy can't coach, right? And you saw it as soon as Steichen left. They didn't know what the hell to do. And we started to take on water in the second half of the season, and we couldn't bail out. The coach had nobody had any answers. I don't think it went that far. I don't think they actually consulted him. But I think what he's thinking is the play calling sucked, especially second half, but most of the year it sucked. The coaching was oblivious to what was happening on the field. He saw it. Nobody saw it more than he did. He was running that offense. And now he's looking at it and going, wow, I hope this Kellen Moore gets to do what he's doing. Yeah, the whole thing is, here's the real reality of what's going on offense. They scrapped 95% of what Sirianni was doing with Steichen. They got rid of it because they brought in Brian Johnson. He didn't know what he was doing. So they scrapped it because Hurts himself, in another moment of honesty, went, yeah, 95% of this is new, right? This is new. This is Kellen Moore's offense, right? Whether it works or not, we don't know. We're going to have to see. You don't have Kelsey in the middle anymore. That's going to be a big, big issue. It's going to be a hell of a lot bigger issue than Barkley picking up the blitz. I know you got a good guy back there. He's good. Saquon Barkley's good. But is he going to make up for the loss of Kelsey? I don't know. I have my doubts. But the bottom line is this. When a guy is being honest, not overly honest, just kind of honest, you don't go after him, you thank him. You go, thank you for respecting the fans in this city who've heard enough bullshit over the last 4 years since Sirianni got here. They've heard enough of that. Thank you for not contributing to that propaganda.
How about this, Angelo? You just mentioned it, 95%. And then you have, over the weekend, you have Howard Eskin come out going, no. It's 20%, more than 19% of a new offense. He got that from somebody in the organization to vent that. Why would the organization want to come down on Jalen Hurts and calling him a liar? I mean, Eskin, like you said, he's not going to put his job in jeopardy by barking something like that unless he was given. It's almost like the organization is going out of their way to kind of like put Jalen in his place to make sure. It's like if the quarterback speaks out, we're going to come after, or anybody speaks out. Because I'll give you another example here in a minute. I mean, I found that odd that Howard would come out, the sideline reporter, a guy who's paid by the Eagles, would say, no, Jalen's wrong. It's not a new offense. Yeah. You're basically telling us all then that it's still Nick's offense.
First of all, I mean, is there even any debate over who you want to believe?
Absolutely none.
Who's been bought and paid for by the Eagles for a generation, or Jalen Hurts, who has been more honest as a quarterback than McNabb ever was, more honest than Wentz ever was. Honestly, more honest than Foles. In the short time he was here, the miracle guy. This guy is honest. It's one of the reasons I want him to succeed so badly, because I want to prove that you can answer questions with honesty and still win. Doug Peterson did it for 5 years here. He was the most honest. Dan, I talked to all of them. Doug Peterson would rather be honest and irritate his bosses than lie to the fans. This is gold. This is great when you have a guy like that. And then he won a Super Bowl. And you know what? They're still trying in this city to tell you how great Andy Reid was. Andy Reid was a phony and a liar for 14 years. I was there for all 14 of them. I saw him lie whenever he needed to lie, cover up whenever he needed to cover up. Now he's in Kansas City winning championships because of Mahomes, and he's bringing in one bad act after another. He's got more problems now. He's got a guy with domestic issue. I mean, it's just horrific how that guy got away with what he got away with. Wouldn't have happened if Stan Hockman were here in his prime with all those guys I talked about when I came here in the 80s. Wouldn't have happened. They would have unmasked him the same way they did Norman Brayman, the skinflint owner of the team. That was when we had real journalism in this town. It's long gone, long gone. And what's happening right now has set a new law. A new law. Now, oh my God, tell the truth at a press conference? We can't have that. Let's get them. Oh, it's outrageous. Dan, I am so upset with this story. And the reason I'm upset with it is because our media has reached a point where we don't want the truth.
No, they'd rather be lied to. They'd rather be lied to.
The headline of my piece on my website, the local media are afraid of the truth. They don't want it. You imagine that? What the hell are they there for?
I fight every day for when I'm telling people this stuff. I say this is what I've learned from you, that the Philadelphia Eagles would rather look good losing than look ugly winning. And it's like there's some sort of like disconnect with that when Doug has to answer people's questions about the Green Bay game and why they won up there at Lambeau and stuff. And you're turning around and you're going like, I just don't get why they want so much control. Let people do their jobs, Angelo. It's frustrating because they do a lot of things right. Okay.
Yeah.
But they do the most important things to stop from championships.
Yes, you're right. And the thing is, here's what you need to understand about managing the message right now. Jeff Lurie, after owning the team for 30 years, one championship, was so tone deaf about public relations that after the collapse, after getting his ass kicked in Tampa, he went and shot for a yacht. And here's the thing, right? Here's how the world is different. And I'll say it, even though it sounds immodest. If I were here, that yacht would have become a symbol of how tone deaf that man is. And that yacht would have been a story in this city for a month. I would have yelled it and screamed it until somebody else realized that you can't do that if you own a team in Philadelphia that collapsed historically. You can't the next day flaunt your wealth by going out and buying a big yacht. You can't do it. You got to wait. You got to slide it by. You can't pull that in this city if you're being held responsible. But you see now, you're dealing with it on your end right now. The Eagles are the big bully, and they could shut you down. You don't have the power. You can't get away with it anymore. You'll get a call. Your boss will get a call. You'll get squeezed. Dan, our lonely eyes turn to you, pal. I'm telling you. You're the only one out there right now who's yelling and screaming about this kind of stuff. That's why when you call me, I come on.
You do.
Immediately. I came back from the shore a day early, Dan, to do this.
That's so wonderful.
No, I did it for a reason, because you're right. You're hitting the points that need to be hit, and somebody's got to do it, damn it. Because the media in this city, I'll say it again, I couldn't use this word on my own show. Bunch of pussies.
Yeah.
I'll exclude one. Rhea Hughes, she knows.
Okay.
But everyone else, I'll exclude no one else. Bunch of pussies. Not doing their job anymore, trying to curry the favor of the big sport in the town and kissing the ass of an owner and a general manager who won one championship in 30 years.
Couple last questions for you, Angelo. Thank you so much for all that. That's so kind. I got to throw this at you here. So Marcus Hayes and a couple other people are now reporting this with Reddick, that one of the reasons that Reddick is not on the team, whether he should be here or not here, money-wise, contract, what have you, okay. But here's what happened from what we're being told. There's a guy in the building that went to the University of Miami, I know very well, said this. At the last year, if you remember correctly, Nick Sirianni went over to Reddick on the sidelines and got in his face a little bit. Then Reddick had a conversation with a reporter. Hey, I only do what the front office wants. Well, supposedly they got, according to Marcus Hayes as well, they went into Nick's office and they had a pretty heated exchange. Well, in the process of all that, Nick and Howie did not want that to be part. Vic Fangio said, I'll make it work without him. They move him out of the building because they didn't want to have that dialect going on between the coach and the player, even though that coach had nothing to do with that player's success of what he did in 22. He's had 30 sacks in the last 2 years, and you walked him out of the building because you didn't like how he was being used by dropping him in coverage instead of rushing the passer. I mean, if that's not anymore, you don't throw players off your roster because you tell a coach, don't drop me in coverage. I can't do it. I'm a pass rusher. And you drop him in coverage anyway, and you end up 31st in pass defense. He was right. Maybe he didn't do it the right way, Angelo, but at the end of the day, do you get rid of a guy who was your best defensive player?
No, you don't. And if I were running the team and it came down to whether I'm going to keep a coach who had no answers at the end of last year, but I don't want to make it look bad for the organization because he did win a lot of games, right? Oh, no. I'm going to keep that coach, and I'm going to let my best defensive player leave, a local kid who's doing a terrific job and had lesser of a season this past year because he was used wrong. Anyone who knows any football knows that.
Yeah,
he was used wrong. He was. When you're dropping your best pass rusher into coverage, you're an idiot, all right?
And when you're getting no pressure.
You can't get any pressure on the other team's quarterback. And the one guy you're dropping him out to cover pass tight ends. Are you out of your freaking mind? That's how stupid the coaching was last year. And you're going to get rid of the guy because, he's a squeaky wheel. No, you don't want him on the team. He'll be bad for morale. Let's get rid of that guy and let's keep the coach. We'll give him no power. Had no power on any team now. Not an offensive coordinator, not defensive, not special team. All the analytics decide what the strategy is. Let's just put him on a sideline. Let's put him there and let's get rid of Hassan Reddick. Disgraceful. It's outrageous. It tells you they're lost. It tells you why. And it's horrible to say this. Dan, I never want to be more wrong than this. The team's not going anywhere this year. Do you understand? They lost Reddick. They lost Cox. They lost Kelsey. They lost the core of leadership on the team, but you kept the coach. It's not going to happen I'm sorry. I hate to be the bearer of bad tidings. 5 wins.
Nostradamus.
Nostradamus.
Hey, Angel, let's do this here, though, for what you just said. And I brought it up to people. I'm like, so wait a minute. You kept the cancer in the locker room, and the stuff is still rearing its head in the off season. And somebody asked me, and they go, Sills, it's June 17th. I'm like, dude, you validate what you do in the off season in the fall. That's when you validate it. Every step you make, correcting the meltdown, correcting a covering of Jurgens in there for Kelsey. You correct your mistakes in the off season. Validate them in the fall. I don't see them correcting that mistake of leadership when it comes to the head coach. And how much of a problem do you think this rears its head between the quarterback and the head coach and some of the disconnect?
That's a great question. Because if what I'm thinking is going to happen is true, by the middle of the season, under 500, Hurts is going to make it clear that he doesn't have any faith in the coach. And you already saw the beginning of that with what happened over the past week. And you know what? Thank you, Hurts, for respecting us enough to give us insight in there, because he will not protect the coach. What you saw last week was an indication he's not going to protect him.
No, right? He was teed up for it,
He already did that last year. He didn't say anything last year when he was getting his ass kicked. He's not going to do it another year. You know why? He's a coach's son. He knows the game. And he's not going to protect this guy forever. And if it means that he's going to cause a problem with his bosses, too bad. You know what? Good. Get rid of me. Let me go somewhere where I could fit in better than I am with this idiot coach. I have never been a bigger fan of Hurts for being partially honest in his answer to the questions the way they were phrasing this stuff. That Dan, they were phrasing the questions about Sirianni in a way that was like, wow, it's like Sirianni and Kellen Winslow. Tell me how great that's working
They were
out.
softball questions.
Right. Tell me, Kellen Moore, I'm sorry. Tell me how great these guys are working together.
It was like T-ball. They were T-ball questions.
Like, they're not even phrasing it in a way that the guy can be honest.
It was like the PR department gave them questions to ask Jalen, and when Jalen didn't give the answers they wanted to hear, like, I mean, Angelo, you can't be any more than this. Hey, what's Nick Sirianni's role? You know, that's a good question. I don't know. You'll have to ask him. I've never heard that. I've never heard that.
Here's the question. You want to ask the right question? Not what Stallman said. Find a new way to kiss Sirianni's ass. The question is, now that Sirianni is not the coordinator, now that he's out of the picture somewhat, now that 95% of the offense is new, how's Kellen Moore doing? How's he doing? Do you feel pretty good about what he's putting in?
Did you hear what he said? Angelo, he goes like this. How do you like the offense now? He goes, it's too early to tell.
He's right. That's the right answer. That's the right answer. And then next, I'll say it again, Dan, watch those preseason games. If Hurts is not on the field for any of that's coming from above. Because Sirianni is trying to save his job right now. He'd put him on the field. He'd have to. He's not that stupid. He'd have to put him on the field.
Angelo.
If they're not on the field, if none of the starters are playing in the preseason, that's being dictated from Lurie and Roseman. And doom will soon set in. You can bet on it.
Angelo, I don't know how you survived all those great years. Well, I do. No, talent.
I'm going to tell you.
Talent, advertisers, and people believing, and the fans, the great fans that you write about in your book here, is how you survived.
Back to Rhode Island. I think it's time to move back to my home state.
They got good beaches.
and my last days, I will while away in a state I can't stand. But I can't stand this either.
I heard a guy in the afternoon go like this on WIP, a station like WFAN. There's very few stations in the country that you built that help you helped put the building blocks of sports talk radio in this country. I heard a guy say this, boy, I tell you what, I'm really starting to feel a little bad for the coach because he's looking like he's the whipping dog. And I'm like, I've never heard a talk show host go, I feel bad for a coach who's a whipping dog for having an implosion that reminded me of 3 Mile Island. I mean, it's just, it doesn't make sense how you cover teams today.
You don't understand what it's like for me right now.
Oh, no, I get it. That's not WIP
tonight. The Phillies are home tonight, and Trey Turner's coming back from 6 weeks off, right? With some injury, pull some.
Yep.
Standing ovation again? I'll pull my hair up. See this hair again? I'll yank it out if that happens tonight. I'm bracing myself for the next indignity. Because what happened last week with Hurts and the media's reaction, and by the way, you mentioned Marcus Hayes. Believe him, he's the one guy who has not bought and paid for. He's the one guy. The only guy I could say, although Jeff McClain, he's a journalist. He's real, all right? The rest of the guys, bunch of ass kissers.
You know why I like Jeff
You're
McClain?
a bunch of pussies, guys. I'll say it straight to you. You're a bunch of pussies. You're ruining the legacy of me and all those great journalists who tried to get to the truth. Shame on you. Go into PR. That's where you belong.
Angelo, tell folks how they can find still your fabulous work. And by the way, Energy's still killing it, man. I mean, you're a legend, dude. You're totally my idol here, man. I got to tell you. I mean, tell folks where they can find you.
Yeah, AngeloCataldi.com. I write every week. I write on the blog. I'm writing the truth. I don't know who's reading it, but I'll tell you this: we had a big event in Ocean City over the weekend, and we got a great turnout. You know, there's still a few people left that really want the truth. Not as many, but a few. I'm a dinosaur. And you now are our man, Dan. You're it.
Thank you, Angelo. Thank you.
Keel over. all hope is lost. Don't keel over.
Wait a minute. 5 wins still?
Oh, 5, yeah. I'm starting to wonder if that's too optimistic.
Oh, Angelo
I'm sorry, I
Cataldi.
want him to win, but this is nuts. It's crazy.
Tell your wife hello. Thank you. Thank
Hey,
you so
Bob
much.
Lynn, call me at home. I'd love talking with you.
Thank you. Oh, okay, you've got it. I love you, Angelo. Thank you, my
Call me
friend.
at home, Bob. I'll tell you to your face what I think of the way you guys are running things. Right to your face, I'll tell you.
Thank you, Angie.
See you later, buddy.
That's my friend Angelo Cataldi, man. Absolutely. Hey, where are we in the likes? I doubt we added any. Oh, holy cow. Did he call people in the Philly media pussies? Is that what I heard Angelo call them? Is that what I heard? It's just me and Angelo left. The rest of them are pom-pom wavers. What a tragedy. Hey, who was the guy he was barking at? This is how he should have answered. All right. You guys were great, and I so appreciate it. You got Angelo calling everybody in Philly pussies, and that WIP doesn't even resemble itself any longer. I grew up in Angelo, WIP pregame vet parking lot. Used to shut the place. I know. It's unbelievable. Hey, I appreciate everybody. Thank you. Please hit the like button. Joe, Xander, thank you. We'll see you 2 to 6 tomorrow, and we shall catch you on the flip side.
If you missed any of today's show on the JAKIB Media channel, listen to the podcast on your way home. Available on YouTube, Apple, and Spotify.
Field of life, First Trust Bank is there for you.
Champions on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Because Philadelphia dreams deserve a Philadelphia bank.
Heading down the shore. Have a ball once more.
Here, imaginations run wild and time stands still. Because here, you can find the best of the Jersey Shore, all on one 5-mile island. So leave the old you behind and get lost in the woods. Plan your